Like I said, I may or may not do it. But let's see. Oh, wow. Give Samus missile capacity already. I'm curious to see if that goes through properly here. So we're starting in Phendrana Drifts. That's interesting. We start with the Charge Beam. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. It went through. So awesome. So I didn't start with a missile launcher, but because you gave me missile capacity, now I have room for 5 missiles. Oh, we're in this room. Oh, interesting. We're in the ruined courtyard. Huh. Okay, so we have Charge Beam. Let's see. I think I need to go down here. Oh, Power Bomb capacity, too. I wish I could use Power Bombs, but unfortunately that would require me to have the Morph Ball, which I do not have right now. So that will come in handy later, but thank you for giving me some Power Bombs. That may very well come in handy later. One thing I do have to get used to is I'm very much used to playing on a modified version of this emulator that is called Prime Hack, and it basically gives Metroid Prime, I guess, a more modernized control set. So instead of what the normal controls are, which for Metroid Prime, if you haven't played the original like GameCube version, left and right are turning, forward and back are, standard forward and backward walking movement. So I can't strafe from side to side unless I lock on, which then means I'm stuck facing a particular direction. Otherwise, I then turn. So it's a little bit more like tank controls, which is very reminiscent of like the GoldenEye era of game controls. What Prime Hack does is it brings a more modern approach to the control scheme, so it, like I said, a more modern approach. So movement is always strafing without having to lock on. And it also provides much cleaner... It provides a much cleaner... Ooh, I am almost dead. I may very well just run out of health here. Ow. Stop shooting at me. What are you doing down there? Stop it. You stop that right now. Do I need to scan you to lock onto your back? No, I think I just need to be in the right place. I need to get these guys so I can get some health. Yeah, favorite thing about Prime Hack is it gives much better keyboard and mouse control, so I can actually play the game, more like a modern shooter, I guess. I'm trying to think if I can... I don't know if I can even get out of this room. Honestly, I might have to die. I didn't even think about that. I was just like, ooh, missile door. I should go through. Whoop. Don't do it, buddy. Missiles are much appreciated, though. I think we might be able to get out of this room. Let's take a look around. But yeah, so I'm very much used to Prime Hack giving me modern controls. Oh, yes, I can get out of here because I didn't break these boxes yet. If I'd broken these boxes down here, that would have been a problem. Wasn't even really worth coming over here though, unfortunately. Flamethrower is not something we can use until we get the plasma beam anyway. And it's also very resource heavy on the missile usage. But I think we can scrape by. All right. I'm sitting here like I'm forgetting these enemies' gimmicks. Look, a cutscene. One thing that is nice about the randomizer is it gives the option to enable cutscene skips, which is very, very nice quality of life for replays. Because there are some cutscenes in this game that take a long time. And to be able to just skip those and just kind of keep the flow of playing through the game, it's a pretty nice option to be able to have. Now, for anyone who has played the game and is familiar with it, might notice that we didn't start in outer space. We didn't start on the frigate at the very start of the game. That is also something that the randomizer allows, is for us to just start on the planet of Talon 4 right away. Oh, one of those Choza artifacts. We need Plasma Beam for that, though. So we will have to come back. Excuse me, sir. I need to scan this to unlock the door above. Assuming we can even get up there. So yeah, the randomizer does also include several very nice quality of life features that, you know, are toggleable. Being able to say, like, have the cutscene skips. Being able to change how many Chozo artifacts you need to actually be able to beat the game. On the map, you can choose whether or not you have items automatically marked on the map, like these white dots show where items are. The normal game doesn't have any indication of where items are on the map. So I feel like that just kind of can really help streamline things, especially for a randomizer where it's... I find it more interesting to think about, to just check out like which items are where versus, gosh, do I remember every single individual item location in the entire game? Which at this point I pretty much do. Like I've played the randomizer enough to remember where pretty much every single item location is in the game. Which can be incredibly important for a randomizer. Because one of the fun things about a randomizer is literally any item location in the game could be really important. When playing through the normal game, it can get easy to kind of be like, oh yeah, I know there's just missile upgrades back here. I don't need more missile capacity. Because like I've already got plenty of missiles as it is, I don't need more. So certain areas are just never visited because they're really not worth going to because the reward is so minimal. But in a randomizer, You never know, right around the next corner, that item check that usually would just be just another missile expansion could end up being, a suit upgrade, which is a highly valuable upgrade to attain. So there's definitely definitely a lot more overall interest to explore all of the different areas and to just have a little bit more the depth of knowledge about the game as a whole. And it's one of those things where the more the more you know about the game, and the more you're able to utilize some of the more advanced tricks to be able to skip certain areas or to be able to get around needing certain items to get through different rooms, you can really amp up the chaos factor quite a bit. Because who knows whether or not you're going to need to know or to use those tricks to get to an item that's really important. That's part of the fun of the randomness. This is why we needed the charge beam. So I have one of the settings that you can set in the randomizer is whether or not you want to start with your regular equipment, which would be combat visor, scan visor, power beam. That's basically starting equipment. Don't start with any missiles, no extra energy tanks, nothing fancy. You can choose whether you want to start with that or not, but you can also choose whether or not the randomizer logic will give you a certain number of additional equipment items to make it possible to start in certain locations. So like here, with the items that we've been given, if we didn't have the charge beam, if the game didn't give us the charge beam to start with, in addition to our usual equipment, we wouldn't have been able to leave Bendrana Drifts at all. We wouldn't be able to complete the game. Oh, interesting. So that's an interesting little setting. I have it so that it can give me up to 2 additional pieces of equipment if it makes it possible for me to leave the area that I start in. And we can start at any... I have it set up so we start at any random save point. You could just have it start you in a random room on the map entirely. Or you can have it to a point where you choose what room you start in. It's very configurable. That's really nice for that. So even beyond like the crowd control stuff, we could even workshop like some different goofy randomizer presets just to really mess around with what options are even possible. And I might look into doing some of that on my own time as well, just kind of tool around with generating some different seeds based on having certain equipment just completely absent from the game. Let's see if any seeds that come up are even possible. I just love that it's so configurable. It's really nice to be able to just have so much choice and option for how easy or difficult, how casual or chaotic you want to make the randomizer act. It's really nice. But one other thing I have randomized is the elevators don't go to their usual locations. The elevators are two-way, so wherever this elevator sends us, if we go back up the elevator, we will come back to this same spot. But the connections themselves are randomized. So normally this would go to the Chozo Ruins somewhere. I can't remember the exact location, but Chozo Ruins. But because we're in the randomizer, it has decided to send us to the Artifact Temple. I'm pretty sure I know where that is. This is normally where we would turn in the Chozo artifacts that we find in order to access the Impact Crater, which is, where the final boss of the game resides. So it just drops us off here. I don't think we can technically return to where we just were until we have 12 artifacts? Maybe? Not entirely sure. But we'll grab our little missile launcher here. Or grab a missile expansion. So that would normally be where the randomizer expects us to get our missiles this time around. Now I'm going to go through and scan. I'm going to scan these, but I'm not going to read them yet. Because what we can do with this, and this is basically, it's a little bit more accurate than what the game itself does in the vanilla game. Normally what these statues do is they give a little bit of they give like a hint as to where in the world you could find one of the 12 Chozo artifacts. And you can configure whether, in the randomizer, whether or not these statues give you more specific hints, or if they give more vague hints, or if they just don't provide any hints at all. I have them set up so that they will just tell me what room. They'll tell me what room the artifact is in, but I don't usually look at those unless I'm completely stuck and have no idea where last like 1 or 2 artifacts would be. Now, one thing that's a little bit funky about the randomizer is that since we're coming into this area backwards, the things that are the like blast shield that blocks this door, it's a missile block, it's still here. We can't walk through it. We still have to blow it up with a missile. It just doesn't render from the other side there because we're never supposed to approach a missile shield from that side. So there is a little bit of unintended interactions in that way because of the randomizer. But arguably, if you're playing a randomizer, you're likely pretty, or at least somewhat familiar with the game as a whole. Like where certain things are. So it shouldn't be too much of like a surprise when it's like, oh yeah, there is a missile lock on this door. I am gonna need missiles to get through there. Well, let me see. I was practicing this last night. This is one of the few speedrun tricks that I do know. So one of the in-game mechanics is if you're locked onto something, like a scan point or an enemy, and you're strafing to the side and you tap the jump button pretty quickly, you'll perform like a little combat dodge sidestep. If you let go of the lock-on while you're dashing, so like here's what it normally looks like. If I move to the left and then tap the jump button, I do this little dash. You see how I do that little bit of a hop? If I let go of the lock-on button right after I do that little hop, I go flying because my sideways speed is uncapped at that point. Because normally the game kind of artificially slows you down after you do the hop. But if you're not locked on anymore, it doesn't check whether or not it should be slowing you down or not. So scan dashing can be a really good way to move around the world quickly, because you basically just get a nice big burst of speed and momentum with nothing that really artificially slows you down after. So you see this ledge right here? One thing you can do is lock onto the scan point out of range and do a scan dash and just make it up this ledge here. This, in the vanilla game, this is where the space jump boots are, so you can just immediately, as soon as you land on Talent 4, this is literally the first place you start when you actually get to Talent 4. As soon as you get here, you can just do that scan dash up to the platform and immediately acquire your double jump. And that does, that opens up the game a lot. Being able to jump twice for that extra height and distance, that makes a huge difference, especially early in the game. You get access to a lot more than you'd think from a double jump. But in this case, it looks like we're getting our gravity suit. Another thing that the randomizer lets you do is alter some cosmetic options. So you can change like the color palette of your suit based on more or less just like a palette rotation, more so than choosing custom colors. So it basically would be like rotating a color wheel to a different section of the wheel. I left the Power and Varia suits alone because, I mean, it's iconic. I wouldn't want to change this orange and red for anything. I did, however, change the gravity suit and the Phazon suit's appearances, just because I thought they looked nice with the palette rotations I gave them. Gravity suit is also very useful. I'm trying to think, can I get out of this room? I might not be able to. Oh, yeah, I can, okay. Jump up the right side, we're totally fine. Normally the gravity suit is more so like, it's got a similar kind of yellow to the standard Power and Varia suits, but it's got a very specifically purple appearance to it. This is how it looks for my randomizer settings. It's got a much more, like, it's definitely got the purple still, but it's a lot more like oceanic blue kind of. It feels more reminiscent of like deep sea kind of colors. And I feel like that really fits for a gravity suit, something that helps with underwater movement. It just feels like a very fitting color scheme. Plus, it looks pretty nice anyway. So let's see, where do we want to go from here? I think since I still don't have Morph Ball, let me look and see what's under here. What item is under? I think I need to look from the other side. Even if I can't reach items right away, it's still good for me to know what items are there. Oh, look, there's Space Jump. So once we get Morph Ball, we can come back here and we can get our Space Jump boots. Good to know. Now, one thing that's kind of funny about something like having crowd control with a randomizer is I think I can also... I can run through the effect manager. I can run test effects myself, you know, for the sake of making sure that the effects actually work properly and show up in the game and all that sort of stuff. But one of them is actually kind of funny and interesting, and in a situation like this, potentially useful, interestingly enough. I'm not going to use it for utility purposes, I'm just going to show it off because I think it's funny. But there is a setting here, or there's an effect here that crowd control can do. And it forces Samus to morph for 15 seconds. So even if I try to unmorph like this, it immediately sticks me back into a ball. So I literally can't unmorph during this time. But then if I leave, I can't go back into morph ball because I don't have it. But it looks kind of funny to see Samus just sliding around when I try to unmorph. Because the effect is just immediately trying to lock me back into morph ball form, so it's not playing the animation of me unmorphing properly. But it is interesting that that would allow me to get the space jump boots and, you know, use morph ball bombs and power bombs, even if I didn't have the morph ball. I'm trying to think of which way to go. No, I'm trying to think of where I can grab items. I think there's one over here that I can grab, maybe? Whoa, whoa. I felt those inverted controls. That's a fun one. The inverted controls makes it so that the stick directions are reversed, so I have to hold down to move forward. Left is right, right is left. Ooh, it's funky for sure. Aiming is backwards. But I think there should be an item over here that I can check out. Now we're back on. Those are some fun effects. To be able to just throw a bit of an unexpected curveball into things. Oh look, speaking of ball, we got morph ball. I'm glad I came over here. We could also check out, oh, crater entry point. That's that's the road to the final boss. I don't think I should go there yet. If we want to fight the final boss, we're going to need a little bit more than 10 missiles and no alternative beams. I need different beam types for sure. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff that crowd control is capable of doing in terms of the effects. And if at some point I ever do get Crowd Control Pro, that allows me to configure different settings even more. Like I can make different effects last for different amounts of time, because right now they just have a default amount of time that they are active for. I could make the channel point redemption amounts different. Ooh, reflecting pool far end, okay. And just some different stuff like that to make to be able to customize some different aspects of the effects a little bit more. But it's got a pretty good amount of utility just as it stands. Well, I can't go through there. I guess since I have Morph Ball, I should go get my double jump. Oh yeah, I can... There are a couple of items I could go check. We can go get our space jump for sure. So we'll do that. But then now that we have Morph Ball, we can also go to... We can go toward the crashed frigate. Because now we have Morph Ball, we can actually get through the tunnel areas that lead that way. Morph ball bombs. Alright, real quick. Slide through here, grab space jump boots. Being able to double jump is very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, getting used to playing Metroid Prime with a GameCube controller and having the tank controls, just having this very OG experience. It's a bit of an adjustment, but it definitely makes me appreciate just how much of an undertaking trying to develop this game. Like, the first, having this be the Metroid series' first foray into like a first-person 3D experience. This game holds up surprisingly well. Like, it looks so nice. The soundtrack is top tier. The atmosphere is just incredible. Hey, buddy, I need to, Oop. Fell back in. I'm trying to think where to go from here. Oh, I think I know where to go from here. I have an idea of where to go. Yeah, even when it comes to the randomizer, I remember many years back, I used to play Metroid Prime 2 with a randomizer a lot. But I think at a certain point I stopped playing it as much because Metroid Prime 2 is a much more expansive game. Like, there's just so much more area to cover, so many more items to pick up. The thing that's kind of fun about Metroid Prime is for a randomizer, it's pretty bite-sized. Compared to Metroid Prime 2, the first game is definitely a lot more manageable in scope, and really just goes to show how well they utilized backtracking, which, you know, is a staple of the genre. Because, boy, they sure make the most out of each of these rooms. Most of the rooms in the game, you will probably be walking through several times as you get more and more progression items. Because, like, this room we're in right now, we couldn't even visit the upper area until we had this grapple beam like we have right now. And now that we have it, the other, like, upper 2/3 of the room that we couldn't visit before, it's always existed. We just couldn't access it or make use of it. But now that we have grapple beam, the rest of the room is now actually relevant, which is really interesting. Being able to, you revisit the rooms not just in the same way every time. Like, this room is recontextualized by us having the grapple beam. It's not just that lower area anymore. Now we have this whole other part of the room. So one of the other things I felt comfortable adding in terms of what the randomizer qualifies as quote-unquote tricks is the location of invisible objects. In a few different rooms in this game, there are these invisible platforms, which you can see here is demonstrated by the raindrops being stopped seemingly randomly in midair. That's our indication that there is a platform here that we can stand on, even though we can't see it. Normally, you would be able to see these platforms using the X-ray visor, which you don't get until pretty close to the end of the game. I'd say maybe like the last third or quarter of the game. So you wouldn't be able to see these platforms in a visible, like a fully visible fashion for a long time. But with a little bit of memorization and a little bit of power beam probing, you can kind of get a sense of where the different platforms are, just based off of the little energy marks that your beam leaves behind. And also just a little bit of memorization too. I think the other one's over here, is it? Yeah, there it is. So this was something I felt comfortable adding in as a non-dev intended solution, or I guess a bit above and beyond what would be expected in vanilla gameplay. Playing through the game for the first time, you wouldn't be expected to know that these platforms exist all the way up here. That first one down there would be kind of like a hint as to, oh hey, for those who are paying attention, invisible platforms are definitely a thing. You wouldn't think to, most people wouldn't really know where to look to find the rest of the invisible platform chain. I'm gonna get this guy out of the way here. I accidentally fell down because some of the terrain is a little bit more slippery. But it's not a big deal. Having the power beam does really help with kind of, you can sort of paint the platform a bit to try and find your way to the platform if you don't happen to know exactly where it is. I've only played through the randomizer fully like once in the past week or so, after not having played the randomizer for a long time, so I'm a little rusty on my lineups and like where the platforms are located. But I remember well enough to know the general locations. I think the next one is it over here? I think it is more this way there. Yeah, right here. Okay, go over here. Another thing that the X-ray visor would reveal is the plasma door over there is obvious. But there's also a little alcove behind all of this ivy here. I have a feeling this has something important, like our ice beam. So now that we have our ice beam, now we could go to the Chozo ruins, because if you remember, there was an ice door blocking our path. Well, I didn't want to fall quite this far. Or did I? No, I didn't. I didn't want to fall down this far. That's alright. Doesn't take too long to get back out of the room. But it is kind of interesting to go through and just be like, oh, I found this item, so that goes here. And then getting new stuff like the ice beam completely changing how I combat enemies. Because suddenly certain enemies like that, like the that poison spewing plant, become a lot faster to deal with. So all I have to do is shoot one ice beam shot and one missile, and they're done. So there's some fun stuff like that. So not only are the rooms recontextualized by item pickups, but even combat encounters can get completely changed around based on what equipment you have available to you. That's demonstrated by that lovely plant there. Now here's where a little bit of game knowledge can be helpful. Normally, this would be the room where we get Ice Beam. If you don't have Ice Beam, and you go into this room, and the item inside is not Ice Beam, this door is Ice Beam only on the other side. So if you enter this room without getting Ice Beam, and this item is not Ice Beam, you soft lock. You can't get out of this room. See, the door is an Ice Beam. So if you enter that room and you don't have Ice Beam to get back out, you gotta reset from your most recent save. Which can be a bit of a bummer sometimes. But we got our Wave Beam, so now we have even more options. Now, I would see there's an elevator back there. I would see where that leads, but I don't have Morph Ball bombs. So that puts a bit of a damper on that plan. Trying to think if there's anything else we could do now. I don't know if I can get back up to that Wave Beam door in Phendrana without either the Boost Ball or the Spider Ball. We could go to the that door over there. I guess since we saved, we can check and see what's down here. We do have the whole Chozo ruins we could explore, and since we have the Ice Beam, I don't think we really get stuck anywhere. Turn off the safety shield. Welcome to the Hall of Elders. We do have to deal with a bit of a paranormal problem. We have to deal with our first intended encounter with Chozo ghosts, which we can only damage with the power beam. These guys are completely unaffected by elemental damage, so any of our other beams will not work on these guys. I think that's interesting that they have at least one enemy in the game that specifically keeps the power beam relevant. I mean, I feel like the power beam is pretty much always relevant because its firing speed is insanely fast. I think you can just mash the button and get quite a bit of shots out. Can't really do that with any of the other beams. But on the same token, I'm gonna go bowling, by the way. Hey cousin, want to go bowling? Unfortunately, we don't have Spider Ball, so we can't actually do anything with this room right now. So we'll just leave. I want to leave that way. I don't think there's any items I can get over that way. Because I think the items I would need to get would be Spider Ball dependent. We don't have that yet. A lot of the stuff around here is Spider Ball required. We'll open up this half pipe for now. I wonder, can I even get out of this room? Without my Morph Ball bombs, I might not be able to get out that way. Trying to consider my options here. I didn't want to necessarily backtrack all the way to Phendrana if we didn't have to, but we might. We might have to do that. Which means I'll probably have to restart from that save point. Well, let me just take a look around. Make sure there isn't anything I'm forgetting that we may have access to. Nah, that looks pretty cut and dry. At least we can check what items are around. That looks like a missile expansion. Because we can't use these half pipes without boost ball. And I still don't have my Morph Ball bombs, so I can't do bomb jumping. So anything that requires me to be able to gain height using the Morph Ball is basically out of the question. We can't use these plates. We can't use those little slots until we have Spider Ball to get up to that one. And, of course, we also need Morph Ball bombs. And to get back up to the save point, we would also need Morph Ball bombs and Boost Ball. So, as it stands right now, I think we have to quit and go back up to that save point, and I think we need to go back to Phendrana now that we have the space jump boots. I think those are the main thing, but Wave Beam could also open some options for us potentially, depending on what's available when we get there. But let's just pop right back into where we were. But that is one thing about randomizers, is it's good to save often, because you never ever know when you might get soft locked somewhere by an unforeseen obstacle. Such is the nature of randomizers in general. Sometimes you just come across situations that you can't really solve once you've gotten yourself into them. Some, like I explained with the with that ice beam door. I think every room, well, I don't remember if Wave Beam's normal pickup room has that problem, but I know that Ice Beam and Plasma Beam both suffer from that difficulty. Where if you enter the room you normally get the beam from, and you don't have the beam to get back out of it, then you just have to reload a save. And that's just how it is. Now I've kind of been glossing over it in the save menu here, but one option you can have enabled through the randomizer is being able to warp back to whatever room you started the randomizer in. So if we wanted to head back to, say, Phendrana, where we started, we can just hold down the relevant buttons, and we'll return to the starting room. Now this can be nice for a couple of reasons. If you do find yourself at a save point that you can't get back out from, like you accidentally soft lock yourself by saving in a room or an area that you can't get back to the rest of the accessible game world from, you can use that warp to basically unsoft lock yourself, which can be a really nice fallback option. But in this case, you can also use it for a bit of cheeky convenience if you really want to. If you're not worried about the integrity of actually physically walking back to the area you need to get to. But since we're here, and since most of the doors in this area are wave beam specific, we'll go ahead in. We'll pay the space pirates a little visit. We'll get a bit more of a combat focus going on here. Wave beam is really nice, by the way. Because of the nature of wave beam being electrical, using charged shots can stun enemies. And that gives you enough time to charge up another shot, and you can basically stun lock individual enemies like these space pirates. Now, one thing that's kind of funny about this room, you saw that door that the space pirates came out of? If you come through this room from the door that's on the other side of the room, up on the second floor, the space pirates will just be standing in that doorway, and they won't do anything until you reach this threshold here, like where we just walked through. So they'll just be standing in the doorway and they won't do anything because we haven't hit the trigger that, you know, starts them actually running out and getting into combat. So some things like that are kind of funny to witness. Now, since we're here, may as well just we'll grab our map station real quick. Just so we can see where items are if we really need to. But like I said, I'm pretty familiar with the layout of this game. So I'm not really worried about finding our way through. There is a lot of wave beam stuff here though, so it's... Oh! I'm morphed now. Good thing I shot the door. Oh no! I can't get through! I need to scan! I can't scan in a morph ball! Ah! Let me out! I managed to get through the door, but there was a force field beyond the door. That's the thing, that's what I find fun about crowd control, is you never know. You never really know. Sometimes things can happen that just really move things in an interesting direction. And I just like leaving that option open. I also just like the idea that it gives everybody more ways to kind of interact with what's happening directly. I always appreciate a good bit of interactivity. I've been trying to think of like good things to bring to the stream or things like that. Bring more interactivity. And just, I guess, give people more ways to engage with what's happening in the moment. And I've never really been able to fully implement them or figure out how I want to implement them. Crowd control is a great solution for that. Because it lets me kind of focus on, like, I can play games that I'm very familiar with, but it gives the opportunity for new and exciting interactions to occur. When I was looking through the list of supported games, trying to decide, like, out of the games that I'm familiar with, which ones would be good options, and just generally checking out what options everything had to begin with. There are definitely some games that have a lot more chaotic options than others. Because with the options that this game has, I noticed that most of the options gravitate around basically temporarily disabling different pieces of equipment. So like being able to disable... I can't do anything in this room without more fall bombs. Why did I even come in here? Can I tell what item is up there at least? I'd like to know. I would like to know what's up there. I don't think it's gonna let me look. I want to know what's up there, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to. No. I'll have to come back to this room later. It's not a big deal. I figured I'd at least take a look. But yeah, there are some games that are definitely a lot more chaotically driven. Like, one option I was looking at is Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. For anyone who's not familiar with that game, I guess try to think of how best to kind of describe it. It's, what is a good way to describe Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion? It's one of those games, aesthetically at least, where it's very cutesy and fun at first, but it has a little bit of... It has, like, some darker undertones when playing through. Both in terms of, like, backstory and also the different specimens that you're tasked with avoiding. I'm trying to think how best to describe it. So basically, the gameplay, the core gameplay loop of it is you walk through a series of rooms, one room at a time, and basically your goal is just you come in through one door, you walk through the hallways to get to the other door on the other side of the room, and you're meant to go through 1,000 rooms to beat the main game. There is also an endless mode that, as you can imagine, is the same kind of gameplay, just with no hard limit. But at certain points... Oh, bless! You took 10 HP off of me. Oh, it hurts. Oh, my 10 HP, I'm gonna miss that. Oh, boy. But hello, Bless, welcome on in. I was trying to give you bombs and it wouldn't let me. It's probably because, well, I guess it depends on what kind of bombs you were trying to give me. I might be at full capacity already. If you're trying to give me power bombs, I already have my full one. But hello, welcome on in. I was just trying to figure out, like, how to describe Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I don't know if you've played that game before. But every once in a while, a specimen, basically a monster that you have to evade, will show up. And there are several different specimens that can potentially show up as you progress further into the game. And some of them have very unique mechanics that you have to kind of play along with in order to avoid dying to them. So like some specimens are just pretty simple. They will just follow you and chase you pretty normally. Some of them can only chase you if you're looking directly at them. Some of them will only move when you're not looking at them. But it is mostly put together in this relatively minimalistic art style. Right, I forgot we came through that door. For the most part, some of the specimens are a little more, not necessarily photorealistic, but they're a little more detailed. And part of the horror aesthetic of the game is that visual aesthetic mismatch kind of makes it's mostly the specimens that are like a different art style to make them feel a little more unsettling. And I'll probably have to play it on a stream sometime to really give like a full sense of what the game is like, because I'm having a lot of difficulty figuring out how best to describe it. But I think Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion is a really good candidate for something like crowd control, because one thing that you can do, one of the crowd control effects, well, most of them revolve around spawning in different specimens just on the go. So they'll be like, oh, we're in a quiet time right now, we don't have anything chasing us, and somebody could choose to spawn in something to chase us. I think stuff like that is definitely very interesting options to be able to have for a game. And that's what I kind of meant when I was saying that some crowd control enabled games they have more inherently chaotic options than others. And I'm familiar enough with Spookies that I definitely could see myself doing that for crowd control as well. Can't do anything here either because I don't have my bombs. I need my morph ball bombs. What can I access? We need to do a little bit of soul searching here. With the items that we have, what can we actually grab? I need morph ball bombs for the observatory. I need super missiles for the research lab Hydra. I think I need morph ball bombs to do Ruined Courtyard. I don't think I can get up into that morph ball tunnel without it. Ice ruins, we need plasma beam. Shorelines, we need plasma beam. Ice ruins, we need plasma beam or spider ball. Shorelines, we also need, I think, super missile and spider ball to get the one that's up a little ways. Here we need plasma beam or morph balls bombs. I don't think there's anything else I can do here. Let's check other areas of the map. This is one thing that's also kind of fun about randomizers, though, is that it does become a little bit of a scavenger hunt sometimes. Where it's like, where can I go? And what can I get with the places that I can go to? We have Ice Beam, we have Gravity Beam. Oh, we could go to the crash site. We have Ice Beam, we can go through that door now. That one that's embedded in at the bottom of the cliff there. Yeah, okay, we'll go there. Oh yeah, we have Wave Beam too, right. So we'll need Wave Beam to power up some power conduits in there. We have Morph Ball, so we can at least move around a little faster with that, which is pretty nice. Okay. Let's get moving then. But yeah, how are you doing tonight, Bless, by the way? I meant to ask earlier, but I was trying to figure out how to describe Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion and struggling to do so. So I kind of forgore to ask. But let me see here. While we're waiting for the elevator, I want to see if I can find a better description of how the game actually plays out. But yeah, anyway, I was trying to look and see if I could find like a brief description of the gameplay. I think it's a little tricky for me to figure out how to describe. The thing with the thing that makes the game replayable specifically is that the room layouts, well, so the rooms themselves are pre-made rooms, but they are presented in a semi-random fashion. So, like, you'll see familiar room layouts, but they won't always be in the same order every time. And as you go further into the game and get to reach deeper floors, you'll see more different room layouts get added into the random pool. And in story mode, for sure, I don't remember about endless mode. In story mode, you get introduced to certain specimens at specific floors. So you'll experience pretty much all of the main threats in a specific order on a specific floor. So that you kind of experience all of them at least once. After they've been introduced, the threats can be, oh boy, left is right, up is down, oh boy, let's see if I can, oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, ooh, turn me around. Why am I holding up? Holding up doesn't work the way I think it does. Oh, who would do such a thing? Who would do such a thing? There's no possible way for me to tell who could do it. It's definitely not on screen or anything. Oh, it's a lot of fun though. It is kind of fun to just have it be like, whoa, whoa, I'm turning right instead of left now. Especially right as I'm about to approach a jump. That's always fun. Oh, hey guys. Lord Minion 777 here. Oh, don't. You close the door. No, stop shooting me through the door. That's illegal. Please don't die to these turrets. I am almost out of health. Okay. This door has no power. What we need to do is we need to find a power conduit. Normally, you would use the thermal visor to see these, Thank you, Bless, for the heal. Much appreciated. That 10 HP will go a long way. The debt has been repaid. Oh, hey, little buddies. How's it going? Can you guys drop literally any items? That would be pretty cool. Oh, wow, a whole energy tank. Well, thank you. Nice thing about the energy tanks is they've... Wait a minute. I had 15, and then I've healed, and it put me to 99. That's an interesting interaction, but it does give me... It did max out my current energy tank, which is nice. So thank you for the healing. I think that's one of the fun things about crowd control is basically anyone can choose to play angel or devil at basically any point. I think it's fun to just have that kind of element of choice involved. It's a lot of fun. I like the idea behind it and all that. Like I was saying, normally use a thermal visor to be able to see these. But if you can kind of pick out these little graded areas. Thank you for the task meow as well. Morale boost. As I explore these scary underwater depths. Trying to remember where these panels are. One of them's around here, I think. This is another one where invisible objects, as the randomizer refers to them. There's one. Invisible objects also refers to these power panels. Since they are... The power sources in them are kind of invisible until you can actually use the thermal visor to see them more directly. But I do generally remember where they are. I'm still a little rusty on exact locations. But some rooms I remember a lot better than others. This one's pretty straightforward because they're right out in the open on either side of the door. Now what item do we have in here? Ooh. Plasma beam. Now that's a fun one. We can spit hot fire. Plasma beam is particularly strong. But since we need to power up more conduits here. Excuse me. Hit that power conduit. And then I think the last one is just at the top of the room. Yeah, some games are definitely a lot more straightforward in what crowd control offers in terms of effects. Some games lend themselves a lot more to chaotic interactions. That was one thing that was kind of interesting way back when I was doing Super Mario World. I remember that one of the things that would happen, that I think happened several times, was one of the options that crowd control offered was it's referred to as a Kaizo block, but basically it would be an invisible block that would spawn in above Mario whenever he tried to jump. And it would just be like one of those blocks per redemption. But most likely when someone's trying to jump, they're likely trying to make it over a gap. So what that invisible block would do is basically, it would be more or less a death sentence. if handled incorrectly. But then there are also some more straightforward effects like, oh, just give Mario a mushroom. Give Mario a fire flower. Add more time to the timer. Give Mario extra lives. So there's definitely a myriad of options depending on which game it is that you happen to be playing. I think that can be pretty interesting. Was there another? There was this one. I always forget this room has conduits in it. I'm just hoping we can actually... I don't think we can actually get through here, can we? We do have plasma beams, so I think we need to go back. Because if I remember correctly, we need morph ball bombs to be able to get through the rest of this area. So there is an underwater segment. There's an underwater segment where we need to use morph ball bomb jumps to get out. Obviously, since I don't have morph ball bombs, can't do that. There is an item in this room, but we can't check it without Super Missile. So we'll have to come back to that later. Yeah, it is interesting just how different each playthrough of a randomizer can be. Even with relatively casual settings enabled, like just shuffling items around. Like, I don't do anything super crazy with my settings. I just have the standard pool of items. Nothing really crazy in terms of what's expected knowledge and tricks and stuff like that. But the test, when I played through this recently, just to, you know, play through the randomizer again, my experience was very different from like what today's randomizer has given us. Because when I played on a different seed recently, boy, I was just like, I just ran through the world, picking up all sorts of different items as I went. It just all kind of like flowed one item into the next, This time around, we're getting a lot more backtracking, back and forth kind of experience. It's kind of interesting. Just how much of a different experience this is between two different seeds back to back. Yeah, we're getting a lot more back and forth in this. Which definitely feels very Metroid. That is quintessential Metroidvania experience. Is having to retraverse certain areas to continue along. And this is why a plasma beam is one of my favorites. One charged plasma beam, and those guys are just straight up gone. They do not exist anymore. Wee. Wee. Grapple beam is also pretty fun. Just getting to swing around. But yeah, I love having randomizers for games. Because for people like me who aren't really as interested in speedrunning, which definitely relies a lot more on getting so good at the standard game that you're just constantly running the vanilla game from front to back pretty much all the time. Some people love that level of precision and expertise in that regard. I've always found myself more so in the camp of... We're gonna go back up to the root cave here. There's a plasma beam door up there, and we can open that now. I've always found myself to be much more in the camp of challenge runs, challenge playthroughs, where it's playing through the same game, but with a different set of rules, or things like that. And randomizers kind of fall into that category, in the sense that it is the same game, technically, just where the items are located is completely switched around. And even then, it's very, at least for the Metroid Prime randomizers, every randomizer for different games is going to have different degrees of customizability depending on, you know, how the randomizer was made to begin with. Some randomizers have a lot more options than others. But I do love how configurable the experience can be with randomizers. Because arguably, with the settings like this randomizer has for Metroid Prime, you can make this game way easier if you wanted to. Just give yourself a really casual playthrough experience. Or you could make it way, way harder. If you wanted to play through this game with, say, a very limited number of missiles and energy tanks, you could remove all but a select few missile and energy pickups so that you only have access to, say, maybe like 10 missiles. You only have access to maybe a couple of energy tanks through the whole game. And you can have a whole different experience for yourself. And I think that's pretty neat. Having options is pretty neat. I think having choices for stuff like that is pretty much always a good thing. Ah, super missile. Now that's gonna come in handy. What can we check with our super missiles? Well, we could go back to biohazard containment and see what's in here, since that's relatively close by. Boy, we really are bouncing back and forth here. And I accidentally fell too far down again. Yeah, I just love how much randomizers can breathe new life into a game that maybe it was just starting to feel like it was a bit like really just you already know what to expect and there's nothing really to freshen up the experience. And I feel like that's why I've never really gravitated towards speedrunning games, and definitely not not to a serious extent, because I have done like more casual speed runs. It's like, yeah, I'll try to go through the game quickly, but I won't necessarily learn like all of the super advanced movement tech and things like that to be, you know, competitive about it. But just to kind of play the game in a different way. I guess that's kind of how I see speedruns for myself. It's less about playing the game so much that I attain this absolute mastery over the fastest way to play through. And it's more so about speedruns are a different way for me to play some of the time. Speedruns kind of are like a challenge run in a certain way. I think that's kind of how I've experienced them more for myself. It is fun watching people speedrun games, though. Especially games that I know well. Because it can be really interesting to see different tricks. Like I would have never known about, say earlier I pulled off that scan dash off of the top of the ship to get up to a platform that normally wouldn't be able to get to that area until like at least what, about a third of the way through the game, something like that. So you get access to an item that you normally wouldn't have for at least a few hours of gameplay. And like that's the kind of thing I never would have really known about without speedrunners demonstrating that sort of mechanical knowledge that they often have. There's definitely a lot of value to both sides of it. I just find myself more personally enjoying the challenge run experience, I guess for the novelty of it. Because if I were to get into speedrunning, I could see myself very easily burning out playing through the same game a bajillion times, basically just trying to do the same thing just faster. Just a little bit faster, just a little bit better. And I know, for me personally, that would burn me out on a game. And it's like, I don't want to burn myself out on games. So it's like, I just know that flavor is not for me personally. But I definitely see why it is for a lot of people. What is in here? No, my bombs! My morph ball bombs! Finally, we have them! And that means we can go through the rest of this area, because we actually have the ability to get through the section that needs morph ball bombs. Very glad I came back here. Hello, underwater jetpack crew. Get roasted and toasted. Roasty toasty crew. No, this room also has power conduits. There's one. There's one here. And then there's one. There's one up here, isn't there? Get over to the side a bit more. I know there's a third one. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. Where you at, buddy? It wasn't at the beginning of the room, was it? Maybe it was. I do love the music of this area, though. It was at the beginning of the room. That's one of the things that feels really timeless and iconic about Metroid Prime. Is like, if nothing else, like, the music is so recognizable. And being in this underwater area and having this very, very serene soundtrack, and putting it in direct contrast to an area like Magmore Caverns, which we haven't been to yet in this randomizer. We just haven't had any elevators that take us there. But Magmore Caverns feels a lot more dangerous, and I feel like the music generally reflects that pretty well. Oh, nice. Another energy tank. Yeah, this is where we needed our morph ball bombs. Because normally, we wouldn't be able to get up here without them. Excuse me, sir. Just passing through. I think I'm not going to be able to get out of the top of this room because I need the boost ball to open the gate. But we can go through this door, which will lead us to another elevator. Don't mind the intense radiation. It's fine, don't worry about it. Where does this take us? Oh, Sun Tower. Well, that's really helpful. There's a lot of places we can access from here, especially now that we have our morph ball bombs. We're gonna have access to a lot of items. Hopefully some good useful ones too. Alright, let's see. We're not gonna go this way yet because that's Sun Tower. That's the Sun Tower, which gives us access to the Sun Chamber. But we need Spider Ball to get through that way, so that's not gonna really help. Let's go this way first. Yeah, randomizers are really fun. I do enjoy randomizers quite a bit. One other one that I've played a lot of is I think the Metroidvania genre in general. Oh, well, forced to morph, huh? Good thing that works out for me perfectly because I need to be in morph ball for this. This is where I need to be in a morph ball. Thank you, Bless. You saved me a button press. Oh, that's fun, because, like, sometimes... Whoa. Camera? Hello? That was a little funky. Yeah, I think this genre of games just lends itself really well to randomization. Whoa. Why is my camera wandering? Here's another quality of life feature that the randomizer allows. Normally, when you leave this door, it immediately locks behind you and is no longer openable from this side. You can still go back all the way around and get to it from the other side and come back out here. But there is an option to make this door openable from the ledge here, which means if you can platform up here from, say, like, there's a little ledge over to the left here, if you can get up here with, say, space jump, you can go over here if you want to. Just some stuff like that that really gives the world a little bit more of a... flow. Another missile expansion I see. I could probably reach that with a double jump. I just need to line myself up for it. There we go. Perfect. Normally you get that with boost ball. Use the half pipe and just kind of build up your momentum to sneak into that little alcove there. I see another missile expansion up there. We can also check what's in the tree here. What's in there? What is in there? Oh, another missile expansion. Not a big deal. I won't go out of my way to get it. Although it may actually be helpful to have for a room that's coming up, assuming that the item is worth going for in the first place. It's a pretty easy one to get anyway, if I can If I can jump far enough. Well, I guess that's what that side of the room is for, huh? Just take out these nests. I do not want war wasps to be spawning around me and messing with my platforming. I would like to just grab that, thank you. I'm thinking we go in here because there's some pretty easy items to check. There's a couple of pretty easily accessible items that we can just look and see what we can grab. Oh, would you look at that? Spider ball. Delightful. Question is, can I get over there without triggering the little mini-boss? Nope, I did not. I mean, it's pretty simple, just missile, 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 missile. Now, normally you're not allowed to shoot missiles this quickly, but Metroid Prime has a little bit of a bug where if you try to fire the power beam again, it immediately resets the missile launcher cooldown. So you really can just absolutely spam fire missiles. And it's totally not intended, and it feels awesome to do. Because it's so much firepower in such a short span of time. It is costly on the resources, though. Spider ball is really nice to have, though. There are several things we can get with that. And we grab another missile expansion. Very nice, very nice. I don't think I can get across to the other side without my boost ball, though. I can almost double jump myself up here by kind of riding the slope. So close. So close. But I just can't quite get up there without boost ball. So we'll come back there later. Oh, we got our spider ball, which is really nice. There's definitely several places we can make use of that. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, to get back on my original train of thought, I feel like this genre of game is just generally really good for randomizers because of the sort of built-in interwoven level design where you're kind of expected to go back and forth between the same areas several times with different abilities. So all you do is just shift around where those different abilities and stuff are located, and the game still holds up pretty darn well in terms of being enjoyable to replay because of that aspect of its design. So I know another game that I really enjoyed playing randomizers for is Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, if anyone's familiar with that game for the Game Boy Advance. It's a really fun, kind of compact Castlevania adventure. Metroidvania, pretty expectable what its general gameplay loop is kind of like. But it works really well for a randomizer. One thing that's kind of interesting about that game too is because of the way that different items are set up. So Aria of Sorrow, for those who don't know, there is a system in place where basically the protagonist can absorb the souls of the enemies in the castle Enemies like zombies, mermen, Medusa heads, you know, pretty classic Castlevania enemies, and some other less conventional stuff as well. Good variety of enemies. But some souls allow you to make progress in certain areas. So what can happen with certain settings is you can have it set up so that some of those utility souls are actually droppable by enemies. It'll shuffle out the enemy's usual soul acquisition and replace it with like a utility soul. So then it becomes a game of, okay, well, I wonder which enemy might have, like, the enemy might just have, you know, yet another attack soul. Or it might actually have like a soul I need to progress through certain areas of the game. And it can also shuffle around, like, there are some items and things like that, like different weapons and such that are scattered throughout the world. And it also mixes those up as well. Now, this is meant to be the first boss of the... This is like the first boss of the main game. Not counting the little outer space prologue sort of lead-in, where you fight the Parasite Queen. So, pretty straightforward. Just wait for him to stop somewhere. There you go. But with Castlevania, most of the Castlevania games, the enemies also have random item drops. And some of those items can be super helpful. So you could just be playing through the game and, you know, you kill a zombie or something and it happens to drop a really, really strong endgame weapon. And it's like, oh, I had no idea. But then it's just like, oh, kind of a fun little random bonus. So I just happened to get a really good item this time. Of course, there are also options to make the game harder. There are some randomizers out there that give you the ability to randomize what enemies are in each of the different rooms, which for the most part it holds up pretty well. There are some times where the game gets a little bit glitchy because it's not meant to act in that way and have different enemies in certain rooms. But overall, it does make for a very unique experience, and it's pretty interesting. You can also make the game easier or harder in some different ways, like limiting the amount of experience gains that you get from killing enemies, or even just locking your level to level 1 so that you can't level up at all. I think arguably one of the coolest things is when games actually include their own randomizer or speedrun modes just as part of the base game as it's released to the public. Like Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, which, as you could probably guess from the title, is very much inspired by Castlevania's Symphony of the Night, and was also created by someone who has worked has worked very closely with multiple Castlevania titles, including Symphony of the Night. So basically consider it like a spiritual successor or an alternate timeline of Symphony of the Night, if you will. It has a speed run and a randomizer mode just straight up built into the game. I think that's pretty neat. I think that's pretty neat. Because then it's something that's just accessible to more people get to know about it. A game like that could be someone's first introductory experience to the concept of randomizers. I think that's pretty cool. To have the randomizers not just be something that only people who really know about it would actually go out looking for it and be able to find those sorts of resources. I think it's really cool that there are games like that that can really introduce people to these new and novel experiences, just different ways of appreciating the games that we have. In a similar vein, I think it's really cool that we're getting more games that have built-in modding support. Games like what we played recently, we played Everhood. Everhood actually includes, resources to actually create custom battles for the game. So it gives people an easier way to get into the experience and the interesting journey of modding a game without having to go through and without having to like do a bunch of research and locate all the different tools and knowledge and things like that externally only. There's actually something included to help people kind of get started. I think that I feel like that would classify as accessibility. It's not like traditional accessibility where it's like, oh, it makes it easier for more people to enjoy the base game through being able to, say, tone down epileptic visual effects or color blindness settings, like traditional kind of accessibility options. I guess it's more of like a post-game accessibility. I don't know fully how to describe it while also keeping up with this boss fight. But something like that. Basically, just giving people more ways to appreciate games in more ways. Beyond just what the developers are able to create for themselves. And I think that's one of the really great things about randomizers, is that they are theoretically infinite entertainment. Because they are random, the odds of having the same exact experience twice is incredibly unlikely. Like, almost unfathomably unlikely. I'm not gonna say impossible, because, that's not how statistics work. There is technically a possibility. But the odds of that happening, having the exact same experience through a randomizer multiple times, is so low that most people will never have that happen. You'd either have to be really playing some incredibly intensive hours in a game, or you'd have to be incredibly statistically lucky to have something like that happen. Randomizers just provide so much replayability. And even if it is a similar experience, it's almost never the exact same. So I really appreciate the people who have taken the time to create these randomizers and things like that. Just really giving a lot of games a completely new lease on life. And I wonder if I can do this. This is another thing that I kind of learned from speedrunning tricks. If you go far enough down in this room, you can then immediately go back up. And there should be... like, once you go down the sun tower far enough, there's a certain trigger. There he is. There's a certain trigger in the loading trigger in the room that switches the state of the sun chamber from being that boss battle to being a Chozo ghost room. And since they are guarding an item, we do want to engage in that, just to see what the item is while we're here. Now these guys who normally can only lock onto them when they're like this, when they're attacking usually. They're only visible part of the time. Now if you have the X-ray visor, you can track them all the time. You can just see them at all times, so you can just keep firing on them at all times. And that certainly makes them a lot easier to fight. You can't actually hit them unless they are able to be locked onto. So being able to use the X-ray visor makes it so that you can hit them at any time, rather than having to wait for them to show up again. Where are you guys? There's one. I'm just trying to look at my radar to see where they are when they show up. They are quick firing today. Gotta watch myself. There we go. We got them. That's all three. What is our item? Another missile expansion. I'll take it. I think I will take that. More missiles is never a bad thing to have. Can't say I've ever been very good about actually utilizing my missiles most of the time in these games. I tend to end up just kind of hanging on to them, even during certain situations where they might be useful. But I've started to kind of get over that over the past couple of years. I used to be very, very bad about item hoarding, especially in games like Castlevania I was talking about before, where I would just basically... oh, I can't go this way, actually, because there is an invisible, well, somewhat invisible gate in the way that we're supposed to open from the other side by scanning some runic symbols around the room, which we cannot do from the opposite side. But we got the Chozo Ghosts item, so we know that we don't have to come back to the Sun Chamber, which is nice. I have a funny feeling that basically all of the Chozo artifacts are in the... they're like pretty much all gonna be in Magmor and Phendrana, I think. Fire and Ice. I haven't seen many of them up to this point, and we've been over most of Talon Overworld and Chozo Ruins. Yeah, I used to be really bad about not wanting to use consumable items in games. So like with Castlevania, I have all these potions and things like that. Even up to the final boss, I would be like, nah, I'm gonna save them, I'm not gonna use them yet, I might need them later, etc., etc. All these fun little lies that we'd love to tell ourselves whenever we play games like this. Where it's like, there's gonna be something, there's gonna be a more important place for me to use these consumables later, I'm sure. I'll save it for the important time. And then the credits start rolling and it's like, huh, see, I didn't need those items after all. The tale as old as time, I tell ya. And I'm certainly no stranger to that experience. But I've definitely gotten a lot better about... I've gotten a lot better about actually letting myself have fun things, like enjoy the things in my life. Where it's like, yeah, you know, they give me this item. I may as well use the item that they give me to use. Like, if they're gonna give me items, I should probably just use the items, you know? I'm definitely starting to work toward being a little less, a little bit less of a hoarder with my consumable items. Alright, let's go grab another missile expansion while we're here. Sounds like Jay. I'm very willy-nilly with them. Yeah, there's definitely an interesting balance. In some games it does make a whole lot of sense to be really particularly careful with when and where you use your items. One example I can think of would be like the Dark Souls games. There are these different items you can use to, say, like, apply a temporary... Can't go there, I don't have the Varia suit. It's too hot in there. I don't have my summer clothes. I don't have my summer suit. I got my bathing suit, but not my summer suit. If you can believe that those two things are separate. Yeah, there'll be items like in Dark Souls where you can buff your weapon to deal like extra fire damage with your attacks. But if you die, then if you die and you haven't accomplished what you wanted to using that consumable, then you have to think about where you're gonna get more of that consumable. And that can sometimes become a bit of an issue particularly if you have trouble sourcing more souls to actually buy things. So there's definitely a give and take for certain games. Some games are a little more generous and less less difficult when it comes to handling those type of situations. So here's that runic symbol gate that we couldn't get through before. Now we have it open. So if we ever need to go back through the sun chamber for some reason, we can do that. Figured I may as well open it up just in case. May end up being a faster way to get to the elevator later if we need to. You just never know. Could come in handy. I may as well pop down a quick save here, just in case. Yeah, there are definitely some games that are a lot more... where it's a lot more worthwhile to be very careful with items, and sometimes it's just like, well, you may as well use the item now. It's a pretty good chance to use it. No sense in waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. Sometimes you wait for the perfect opportunity and it never presents itself, and then you just never use the item. And it's like, well, what was the point of having the item in the first place then? But not every game lends itself to experimentation and more carefree usage of resources. So there's definitely a balance between the two, for sure. And I'm learning to get out of being in like a constant mindset of consumables are to be saved until the absolute most necessary time. I'm giving myself a little more leeway to actually use items. Hey, there's a Chozo artifact. Artifact of Newborn acquired. We got the baby. Baby artifact. And another missile expansion. So one thing you can do with this randomizer while I'm thinking about it, since you just picked up an artifact, in the vanilla game, just standard end game progression is you need to find 12 artifacts scattered across the entire game world to open the path to the final couple of bosses in the entire game. Missile expansion. So you gotta go all around the world doing a nice little scavenger hunt using the clues that you can pick up from the artifact temple that we were at earlier to track down where all 12 of them are. What you can choose to do with the randomizer is you can customize not only how many artifacts you need to be able to access, the end of the game. So say maybe you want to have it so that you only need 6 artifacts instead of grabbing 12 of them. That can certainly make getting to the end of the game a lot faster if you're not looking for a huge scavenger hunt for yourself. Not only can you change the number of artifacts you need to be able to reach the end of the game, you can also, and this was a more recent addition from what I read in their patch notes, you can also adjust how many artifacts there are to collect just in general. So if you wanted to make things a little easier on yourself, instead of having to grab all 12 artifacts, you can make it so that you only need 6 artifacts, but there are 12 of them that you can pick up. So you basically have twice as many artifacts as you need, which means finding enough of them to beat the game is just generally easier. And you don't have to worry about picking up every single one and not missing any. Just being able to have that sort of customizability is really nice. You can really tailor how easy or difficult you want your personal experience to be. And just for the sake of curiosity and kind of looking at it myself, since I didn't really look at it super thoroughly recently, and to just kind of explore the options with y'all, I think I might just look through the settings real quick after we're done with tonight's randomizer. Hi, you are right on top of me. Please don't be. Can you, these guys are like real wasps. They just do not move. They just love to hover around my head. And it's like, stop. The game is too realistic. These wasps behave too much like real wasps. Ah! Jeez. Most realistic wasp behavior I've ever seen in a video game. They just immediately fly directly toward my head. Can't say they're normally accompanied by a flamethrowing turret, though. Definitely the least realistic part of this encounter. The wasps, very realistic to IRL wasps, for sure. And missile expansion. What's in the secret tunnel through the mountain? I think that's main power bomb. The only difference between main power bomb and just power bomb expansions is main power bomb gives us 3 power bombs to start with, instead of the expansions, which just give us 1. I think, functionally speaking, for the sake of a randomizer, that's the only difference. Say hello to our stone-toed friend there. Do a little bit of a timed puzzle of sorts. We just power up these generators, that moves platforms. And then we just head over here, we power up the 3rd and final generator. And that unlocks the door. Unlocks the other door out of this room, which is up here. It's no longer locked. Ooh, those shriek bats were trying to come after me, but the door blocked them. Okay, we have spider ball, so we can get through here, which is nice. We are wrapping back around to the furnace area, which, now that we have spider ball, we can actually do... well, we can do at least a couple of things in the Hall of Elders. We still need boost ball for item acquisitions around here. Let me check something real quick. Oh, I can. But one kind of funny thing about this spider ball track is, I can't remember exactly how to do it, but if you have the... I don't remember if you need space jump even. You can kind of wedge yourself into this spider ball track by jumping into it, and you kind of get stuck in it. If you can jump out of that, you can actually kind of like jump up to that morph ball tunnel opening, and you can get in there without having to actually use the spider ball. It's been quite a while, so I can't remember how to do it. I just remember that that is a thing that can be done. Well, that shot just went right through him. It's like he's a ghost or something. It's like he's a ghost or something. It's like he's a ghost or something. There we go. Now he's a double ghost. And this is where we went bowling before. But we couldn't do anything because we didn't have spider ball. Now we have spider ball, so we can actually get up here. And we have our bombs, so we can actually activate this. Incredible. And since we have all of the beams as well, we can actually just use all of the... we can use all of these bomb slots to get to all the different exits of this room. Well, I say exits, more like just secret areas. We'll do the ice one first. That sends us down to a room below us where there is an item. See if I can bomb jump my way up here. So instead of getting launched up toward the wall like we did the first time, now we get dropped down in here into this fun little room. We're getting a nice little energy tank. I think that's actually the same as it usually is. Then we pop back out and it resets back to its default position. Then what we can do is we can use the plasma beam slot, which moves the entire statue and opens up access to a door. This door here normally would lead to an artifact, but this time it's our various suit, so now we can deal with high temperature areas. We did encounter one earlier, but Magmore Caverns is definitely a major location for that too. I'm trying to think. We don't need to go that way. The only way to get through the safety shield is to use the wave beam bomb slot here. That'll send us up back here, kind of like behind the wall there, so we can get around to the other side of that shield. But we don't need to go there. And this item up here we checked already was a missile expansion, so I'm not worried about grabbing that. I think I know where we should go next, since we got the Varia suit. We can head back the way we came from, over here. Back toward the ruined fountain. This room right here was the hot room. And there's 3 items we can check along the way that we haven't gotten to yet. There's 3 items. One of them's kind of hidden in an out of the way area. That's why I was trying to like look and see what that was about. We'll open that up. That blast busts open the floor and gives us access to a half pipe. We can't use it yet because we need boost ball. But it is nice to have that open for later. May as well. While we're passing through... Actually, you know what? I should check and see what item is up there. It might not even be worth coming back for. If it's just a missile expansion, I probably won't come back for it. But if it's something really important, like a suit upgrade or something, I might want it. Can I see what it is? It sure looks like a missile expansion. No, not you. I don't think I can actually scan it here. Wait. That is a missile expansion. Okay. Not worth coming back for then. So that'll be far enough. This is far enough out of the way that I don't think we'll be coming back here for any specific reason. Good thing I checked. I would rather know now than come back later and have gone through that section and just get a missile expansion. Just like 5 more missiles, okay. Missile expansions are a great example of something that's really, really impactful early on, but gradually becomes less and less important as the game progresses. Definitely it does provide a lot of wiggle room though, so definitely not to say that there's no value to them. But considering how many of them there are across the whole game, even if you don't grab all the missile expansions, you're likely, if you're grabbing stuff that you notice along the way, you're still probably going to end up with a good hefty chunk of missiles. Definitely a very comfortable amount to work with. These guys. Now we're back at the fountain. So we'll head through here. Now that we have our Varia suit, we can actually withstand the heat in this room. So we're not roasting and toasting ourselves. Let's open the wall with a power bomb. Energy tank. Definitely will not say no to more health. That is for sure. And there's also a little bit of a cheeky secret back here. It's Wave Buster, not a big deal. What item is in here? It's a missile expansion. I'm not really too worried about getting a missile expansion. I think we're good to go back to Ruined Shrine. I would rather go back this way because I don't have to fight Chozo ghosts to do it. So there's like Chozo ghosts, and then there's a whole like 2D side-scrolling morph ball segment with a bunch more of those like hydraulic press pistons. And it's like, oh, I'll just go around. Much simpler and easier this way. And faster. If it's just for a missile expansion or two, I'm not gonna worry about it. I still can't even get these items now that I think of it. Because I don't have the boost ball. I need the boost ball to be able to get the stuff that's over there. A little introductory cutscene to the area. Normally this would be the first place you enter the Chozo ruins from, and you go through that door and it gives you this whole broad, sweeping shot of the area. Oh, finally. Get to go to Magmore Caverns. We haven't been here once this whole randomizer. It's got some great music, though. And you'll see what I mean when I say that this soundtrack's got good diversity between that crash site, that whole underwater segment being very serene in its soundtrack, and Magmore Caverns feeling a lot more directly hostile and dangerous with the tone of its soundtrack. I'm gonna take a quick drink while we walk into here so that y'all can hear the music. So yeah, like with the choir and the choir coming in and just this like these somewhat ominous droning tones from the bass parts. It's definitely pretty interesting. Freeze. Freeze, criminal scum. I don't care about no fire. Don't bother me none. The cracked glass on this tunnel implying that we can just kind of bust it apart. We got the Artifact of Life Giver. Ooh. Interesting. I don't know what happened. I heard the effect pop up, but I don't know what effect happened. For some reason my overlay is not on, I think. I'll have to see if I can fix that in a moment. Wonder where the overlay went. Really curious. I definitely didn't touch it. I didn't do anything with the overlay. I don't know where it went. Give me a moment. See if I can do something about that. I think maybe... Oh, energy tank. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the energy tank. I'll just keep this open, I guess. Because I don't... I'm wondering if... I would think that if I end the session... If I end the crowd control session and then re-enable it, that might refresh the overlay. But I also don't know if I would just have to completely close crowd control and then reopen it. I'll have to test that after the stream, I think. Just because I don't want to accidentally break the interactivity of it. But I can at least keep up the activity feed on my side so I can see what's going on. And let y'all know what's going on too. Let's see, we want to check an item in this room. Can I make that jump? I don't think I can on this version. One thing I got very much used to when playing Prime Hack is that moving diagonally in the air would boost my momentum quite a bit. And that lets me clear some larger gaps that I'm definitely not supposed to be able to clear with normal jumping capabilities. So I got used to being able to clear certain jumps that I no longer am able to actually get through. Powerbomb expansion though, that's pretty fun. And we just got to Magmore and we're already leaving. Phase on mines though. Let's explore more of Magmore first. It's good to know that that's there. It's very much good to know that that is there. We know how to get to Phase on Mines, which is a very end-game area. In fact, it's the final area, other than, I guess, if you technically count the Impact Crater, which isn't really like a full-fledged area so much as it is like a final boss staging ground. But Phase on Mines is basically the final area of the game that you actually have access to. So I'm gonna wait on that a little bit more because we have some more places we could check out some item locations that are a lot less directly threatening. Let me get out the power beam for this. Well, not quite make that yump. Cannot yump us up there. Well, let's go back around, I guess. I don't think this item will be accessible for me, will it? Because these puffer dudes are still in here. I don't think this will open. Oh, it will. Oh, nice. There's an energy tank. I do kind of want that. Now you may be wondering how the heck we actually get over to that energy tank. If you look around a little bit, you might notice that I'm hitting something a little invisible here. We got some invisible platforms, but not only that, they're invisible sinking platforms. So they actually do kind of sink over time as long as we're standing on them. So we gotta make sure to keep light on our feet. Keep ourselves... Oh, I've never seen that effect before. Normally when these guys grab me, they just instantly grab me. I've never actually seen them do that tractor beam effect. Bless. What have you done to me? Ah. Oh. Oh. It's amazing how immediately I just, like, can't handle turning in tank controls. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh. 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 Oh, where am I going? Through the tunnel. Okay, we're back to normal. Oh, man. Twice in one night. I've never seen that tractor beam effect from these Triclops dudes before. And now I've seen it twice. Huh. Never knew that they actually had an effect for that. I thought they just straight up... They just grapple you or something. I've never seen them do that little effect. It's kind of neat and a little bit unsettling. I always thought their means of grabbing was just a little more organic, I suppose. One last chaos before I sleep. Night, Bless. Thank you for stopping in and for dropping in a little bit of the chaos. Hopefully you had some fun with it. I figured I'd give this another try because it's been literally years since the last time I did anything with crowd control, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna try it again. See what people think of it. But thank you for stopping in and hanging out. I hope you rest excellently. Oh, you need to go away, sir. Stop it. Get some help. I want to check what's in the pillar. Boom. Power bomb expansion. Now I have 7. Do I need 7? Probably not. But I have 7. I don't think... Are there any more items over this way? There is an elevator, though. I do want to check the elevator. I think checking the elevator would be a wise choice. Just to make sure I know what areas I have access to. Build up my missiles. Fill up my health at the save station. Perfect. Alright, let's go check out this elevator and see where it would take us. I'm going to guess... My money's on Phendrana Drifts. Because I figure it's going to be either that or Talon Overworld. I think it's going to be Phendrana. Just as, you know, a for fun kind of guess. Where are we going? Phendrana Drifts. Yep, Quarantine Cave. That's exactly where I figured it would be. Because I think Phendrana Drifts only has 2 elevators, right? There's the one that you normally enter through at the start, and then there's the one at the Quarantine Cave. I think that's it. Well, I guess we could go fight Thardus. Or we could at least see what's in that cave. I don't think we can trigger... We can get through there without triggering the Thardus fight, since we're on this side. Because fighting Thardus without the thermal visor to track his weak point is a little bit trickier, but not by much. Ooh. The game does not like me being here. It is stuttering and... It's stuttering and lagging in protest. Yeah, we can check what this item is without starting the Thardus fight. What do we got in here? Missile expansion? That's not too bad. I don't know if Thardus is guarding anything important. I mean, for the sake of being thorough, I guess we could fight him and see what happens, because there's other stuff in the research station I need to grab anyway. Oh, I don't have Boost Ball, though. There is one thing we could check at the research lab. Um, let's go around this way first. We'll come back to Thardus if we need to. Because without the thermal visor, Thardus is going to be kind of a slow fight. Not too much worse, since I do generally remember where his weak spots are. And the order in which they show up in the different spots. It's just a lot more convenient to be able to actually lock onto the weak points. Use the plasma beam, grab ourselves a nice little artifact here. I think that's, what, like our fourth one? Oh, it's only our third one. Wow. Even fewer than I thought. I do know where at least a couple more of them are. They're like toward the beginning of Phendrana, I think. Alright, let's go on the opposite side of the research lab here. And see what's in the usually X-ray visor. Oh no, this is thermal visor. Normally. It's a missile expansion. I'd say this room is not worth unlocking everything and making the whole base dark. I'd rather not do that. Let's get rid of the turrets first, because they're pretty accurate. Unlike the space pirates, who are only moderately accurate. And also are not as incessant in their attack patterns as the turrets. Plasma beam working an absolute treat, though. Goodbye. Goodbye, space pirate. We hardly knew ye. Let's see. Yeah, if I don't take that missile expansion at the bottom of the room there, that also means that we don't have to deal with all of these Metroids. Hey, buddy. How's it going, friends? A nice little taste of plasma beam for you. Ooh, hang on. I gotta bust open some boxes to get through here. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. There's another missile in there. Can I open this with just a missile? Yes, okay. One thing I'm not super confident on, because I just haven't tested them in a while, is like, sometimes I can't remember exactly which things do or don't require missiles versus super missiles. There are some things I can open with just a regular missile. Some things I need to have a super missile to open them. And while some weak points are clearly labeled where it's like, oh, this is made out of cordite, and it's like, okay, I know I need the super missile there. Not everything is clearly labeled with the material that they're made out of. So I then have to do a little bit of guesswork, but it's not too bothersome. Guess I should just keep the wave beam for now. For navigating through the research facility. Pretty much everything here uses a wave beam. Alright. Now we get to fight a bunch of jetpack pirates. A few regular foot soldiers, and then a bunch of jetpack users. Yeah, there we go. It triggers on this door, because normally this is the door we would enter through for the first time. Here come the jetpack pirates. Flame on. Yeah, they don't take to the flames too well. Oh, hey, buddy. How you doing? Oh, oh, I'm getting shot from behind. How about we don't? Alright, the doors have been opened once again. Grab a little bit of extra health there. And since we have the plasma beam, we can check what item is in this tower. Just pop this bad boy open here. And then missile. Perfect. Knock that boy down. What flavor is this plasma beam? Grape? Since you like to feed it to your local friends? I don't know. I hope I never find out what flavor this plasma beam is, because, boy, with the lethality behind it, I'm sure I don't want to taste it. The missile expansion's not too bad. But yeah, welcome on in. How are you doing on this fine evening? As we traverse a research facility full of space pirates. Just the friendliest bunch of friends you'll ever see. Definitely not doing anything morally questionable with their research. Couldn't possibly be them. It's a missile expansion. I honestly don't want to go through there, do I? If I do go through there, well, I guess I could grab... Yeah, we can go through there. I won't worry about grabbing the missile expansion or anything, but... we could go through and see what this item is. Super missile location. Ah, I almost made it over with the scan dash. Oh, it's a bit cleaner with my execution, maybe. But these guys aren't scripted to actually do anything until I kill the first group of space pirates, so they're just kind of here. Hey, buddy. You guys look great. Very well built and very roastable. Very toastable. And that triggers the room. Those specific two pirates trigger the room to continue along. Even if the other ones are still alive, I guess. I just wanted to save. It's been a little bit since I saved. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Flame on. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do with this room because I don't have the boost ball. Excuse me. Try and deal with these guys. The other nice thing about not picking up that missile, or is it after grabbing the thermal visor item or the super missile item usually? This room would have like security drones in it. Those things are definitely more annoying than these turrets are. So at least the turrets don't cloud my vision with a ton of static. This needs super missile. What's inside? More missiles. I'll take it. Kind of hoping to be boost ball. But it's not a huge deal. Get you. Wonder if I can thread the needle here. Think I can do it? Got him. Rid of you. And we drop down for you. Perfect. Plasma beam is so nice. When was the last time I played this game? I actually just played through the randomizer earlier this week. And that was part of why I was like, yeah, I should try crowd control with this game. Since it's been so long since I've done crowd control. And you know what inspired me to actually play through Metroid Prime again after, gosh, it has been a while since I played through. I don't think I played through Metroid Prime since the remaster came out. I played through the remaster maybe 2 times? I think I played through on hard mode again after I played through the original, just the standard difficulty. So, like, I played the remaster twice when it came out, and I've maybe done one bout of, playing the randomizer between then and now. But what inspired me to come back and play some more Metroid Prime again was I've been watching through somebody else playing Metroid Prime for the first time. Just watching some, like, stream VOD archives. And I was like, just looking at this game, it's like, man, I want to play it again. I want to play some Metroid Prime again. So I did. And that's part of what brought me back to here. Because I had been thinking about doing crowd control just generally. It just kind of happened to work out that both of these things kind of came back into my stream of consciousness at about the same time. I want to get down to that ledge if I can. It's a little bit tricky to line up, but I want to see what item is down there. I managed to get myself on that little ledge. Ah, another missile expansion. Fair enough. Spits me out in the water. And we can go around and get a bunch of items over here before we wrap back around to Thardis. So there's a lot of stuff I couldn't check over here because it required either Spider Ball or Plasma Beam. But on that token, though, I'm curious what what your experience with the game is. If you play the game like more casually, or if you do some speedrun stuff, or if you're into randomizer stuff like what I'm doing here. Or if you have experience with the game just as a whole. Since I'm heading back to just grab items. So we need this, for sure. We need that artifact. I wasn't able to check what was up in that spider ball track. I know the other item was a missile expansion, so I guess we can grab that on the way. Since we'll be heading in that direction regardless. Alright, let's grab the missile expansion from around the corner. These guys are even easier to deal with the Plasma Beam. Considering that they're ice creatures, it makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's see what's on the spider ball track over here. Since I could not take a look at it earlier and see what was back here. Oh, another power bomb expansion. Alright. Not exactly what we're looking for, but you know what? An item's an item. I won't say no to expansions. I won't necessarily always go out of my way for them. Never really hurts to have a couple more. I'm not gonna worry about... Well, this is a pretty quick, not very far out of the way missile to grab anyway. I'll just do it. Not too difficult. I'll just pop in here and grab this and drop back down. Hello, friend. I do love these little dudes. Little electrical ball dudes. I think it's pretty fun that they get hyperactive whenever you charge a beam near them because of how reactive they are to local energy sources. Like Samus's beam cannon. I think that's a really neat touch. It gives that particular enemy a lot of character. Like, I always remember those little guys because of how crazy hyper they get whenever you charge a beam near them. Oh, does this not... Oh, right, I need to get up into the... I need to be cradled. I need to be cradled before the door will open for me. More missiles? I suppose I'll take those. Alright, need to bust this open. But yeah, my memory on this game is, for the most part, very fresh. Because not only have I watched someone else play through the entire game, well, almost the entire game recently, I still am watching through the archives. Haven't gotten to the end yet. But between watching someone else play through it for the first time and also playing through it again myself recently, I do remember quite a bit of like where I can get to with what items I have and that sort of thing. We're gonna have to fight for this artifact. But we do need that artifact, so make it happen. I'll just spam shot at your back then. If you want to be a shot blocker. You want to block my big shot. Now that's the little ones taken care of. Now it's time for the big one. I'll just give you a quick scan so I can lock onto the mouth, which is the weak point. You know what? Flamethrower. Flamethrower. Make some use of those missiles that we have now. I don't often use the beam combos besides Super Missile because Super Missile has more direct utility rather than just being a combat tool. We'll actually make some use of the beam combos. So yeah, I almost never use Flamethrower, Ice Spreader, and Wave Buster. I just don't ever really find myself needing them. Although I will say they do definitely justify the having a ton of extra missiles to work with. If you're the type of player that picks up a lot of the missile expansions, those beam combos are definitely a lot more... You get a lot more use out of them because you can just use them more frequently without having to worry about running out of missiles. So that's definitely one good reason to have a ton of missiles. I suppose we could go I'm gonna go play around with Thardus and see if he has a decent item or not. No way to know what item he's guarding until we get to him, since he's already gonna be on the way to where we're heading. Anyway. Figure we may as well just fight him. It'll be a marginally tougher fight, since I won't have the thermal visor to lock onto his weak points, but that hasn't stopped me before. I've fought Thardus with no thermal visor before, so I am definitely capable of succeeding in that endeavor. It just won't be quite as quick. We'll just head back up here and hit the save along the way. So that in case something really catastrophically bad happens during the Thardus fight, we'll have a save we can kind of fall back on. Might as well. No experience, to be honest, mostly just watch other people play. Well, I've definitely can understand the appeal of, like, this is a really nice game to watch other people play, too. I kind of touched on it earlier when I was talking about, like, I don't usually do speedruns, but it is still a lot of fun to watch people do stuff like speedruns for games like this. This game's got an interesting amount of movement tech to it. I don't really know how to utilize most of it. Even what little I do know, I can do like one or two of the speedrun tricks. The only one I can think of right off the top of my head that's directly useful in some situations would be scan dashing. Basically just get a huge boost of strafing speed. You can use that to get your double jump basically right at the beginning of the game. Alright. Hey, buddy. It's time. Time for me to fire a bunch of little pebble shots at you. Once the weak spot's exposed, then I can just fire shots at it. I can lock onto it and fire shots, and it's not a big deal. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa. That was good timing on that morph ball. Yeah, whoa, whoa, almost caught me out with that one. Wait, I have Spider Ball. I have Spider Ball. I'm Spider Ball. I do actually want to fight him, though. Oof. Alright, let's find his next weak point is, yeah, left side. Well, his right, my left. Yeah, you want to just keep doing that slam attack? Yeah, just keep doing that. Keep doing that. Oh, he heard me talking. He heard that I wanted a thing, and he's like, no, you don't get... You sure hope for wrong things, Samus. I will eventually break open the weak point. There we go. I don't know why I just like doing that with the power beam, so I can make sure that my shots are landing. I should probably be using the thermal, using the plasma beam for that though. It's pretty strong. Alright, next spot is... Is it the arm? It is the arm. Okay. See, I'm remembering. I remember where his weak spots are. I don't need no stinking thermal visor to fight this guy. I know where his weak spots are. Alright, now he's gonna throw a little tantrum. All we gotta do is just kinda hang out here. Oh, thank you for the missile capacity. Much appreciated. Should probably be using some super missiles, huh? Let's try it. Where is your weak spot, buddy? Where's that delicious weak spot of yours? I can't see through all the blizzard conditions. There's a super missile for you. Yeah, that makes quick work of them. Definitely helps. Aha! We hit him with another super missile while he's rolling around. I almost hit him with that one. I'm surprised I hit that weak spot, though. He leaned back. Oh, no you don't. You don't start rolling around again. Won't you even think about it, buddy? I think it bounced off. Stop rolling on me. Did not know that... I should have expected that Thardus would be a big fan of Limp Bizkit. All he loves to do is keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. I can't tell if... Is that your weak spot? No, it's the leg, isn't it? Wait. It is that. I don't know why it wasn't glowing red for a bit there. Let me just... Oh. He keeps leaning back. Oh, it went right through the top of it. I need to fire more toward the center here. Hang on. I want to see what move he's gonna pull. There we go. That'll do. That'll do ya. I'll just fire a petty super missile at him while he's throwing a tantrum. You only got one weak spot left, buddy, and I know exactly where it is. We're attacking the core now. Yep, weak spots exposed now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Oh, I didn't make it past his hands. I guess I'll deal with the boulders. He keeps putting his big beefy hands in the way. None of my super missiles can make it past his rocky facade. That should do it. There we go. Make some actual use of my super missiles in a combat scenario rather than just using them to open things. There we go. Thardus is down. Big ol' rock boy is a-tumbling. Oh. I love that little random rock. It's great. All that for a missile expansion. Well, I felt like I needed to make sure I checked it. Never know. If he was hiding boost ball, I definitely would want it. I've been kind of holding out for boost ball for a while now. Now, I guess we're gonna keep on moving into the gravity suit area, I suppose. Where we would normally get gravity suit anyway. See what's going on over there. I definitely used a good chunk of missiles. And y'all have been giving me even more missiles, so it's like, I may as well use them. Speaking of which, how am I gonna fill up on all these missiles if you keep giving me more capacity? I'm fighting a losing battle here. I'm never gonna be full on missiles. Alright, we got this whole little roundabout area to check out here. Looping back and around. We pop down here and through the first door. I'm really hoping to find Boost Ball back here. I need that Boost Ball for so many things. So many items I can't check until I have Boost Ball. I'm just gonna ignore these guys. Excuse me, Scarab Troll. Oh yeah, we have Hunter Metroid here. I recognize you. How about you don't? I had to wait for him to do that whole little animation where they're like, I'm getting angry, I'm powering up. Alright, don't know what item is down there, but let's take a little ride on our manta ray friend there. And we will pop this open. Can we do that? Give me a second. Can I not fire the... There it is. It's way up there. It's a lot further up than I remembered. I thought it was that closer one for some reason. Oh, it's an artifact. We do need that. We do need those artifacts, though. Let's drop on down and grab it. Bonk. Kind of casually break my ankles real quick. It's fine. Just gotta get myself out of here now. Even with the gravity suit, sometimes it's kind of hard to see under the water here. There we go. That's kind of interesting that one of the effects of the gravity suit is not only making it easier to move in the water, but also making it easier to see when you're underwater. That's pretty nifty. Man, I'm totally blanking on how I get back up here. I think part of it is I'm still very, very spoiled by Prime Hack. I'm so used to being able to just really quickly look around using the mouse to turn. I have to get used to the tank control turning again. Where I just kind of like, oh, I'll turn around eventually. At some point I'll be able to look behind me. That is one thing where it's like, I kind of wish I could use Prime Hack for this. Just because I do like having the keyboard and mouse controls that work really well. But at the same time, it is also kind of interesting to play in the old school control scheme style. And just re-experience the classic control setup. Since we're here, we should probably... Whoops. Grapple Beam did not like me trying to do it fast. Quick Grapple was not having it today. No worries. We can always climb back up and try again. I am certainly in no rush. Funny, I was just trying to go fast. I think it's because these are at a bit of an angle to each other. Sometimes the grapple lock-on can be a little finicky if you're not kind of taking the time to line it up a bit more carefully. Let's see. And then we have one more grapple here. And I will grab the other doorway on the way back down. Just wanted to make sure I could get up here to the top of the room. Another missile expansion, huh? I have so many missiles now. Alright, then we need to bust this open. Plasma beam door. Another missile expansion. I mean, there are a lot of those in the game, to be fair. So the odds of us coming across all these missile expansions when we have pretty much all of our major upgrades is not really a huge surprise. I just really am kind of holding out for Boost Ball. So I have a feeling that there are going to be some artifacts behind needing Boost Ball. Break all of these down. Get across this room here. Missiltopia, that's definitely for sure. We're getting a lot of missiles. That does feel like an authentic Metroid experience, though, anyway. Just to get so many missiles. Hey, look, artifact. Looks like we needed to come over here anyway. Regardless of anything else that we've picked up along the way, which has basically just been missiles. I do have the randomizer settings so that we need all 12 of the artifacts to get through to the end of the game. So we do need to grab them all. It is kind of nice that there are options in the Metroid Prime Randomizer to set it up so that if you don't want to go grab all 12 artifacts to finish the game, then you don't have to. It is nice that there are some options to customize that. So I can be like, yeah, I only really want to pick up, 6 of the artifacts. Just make it go theoretically, make it theoretically half as difficult. Man's fuzzing up my feed. He's gonna kill my bitrate. He's attacking my frames directly. I'm just not gonna bother the nice little space pirates over there. I won't bother them, they won't bother me. It's totally okay. Just gonna leave now. I think it's time to go back to Magmore. There's still... We've only explored about half of Magmore Caverns as it stands. I still don't really want to go to Phazon Mines just yet. While we've still got space to explore in Magmore Caverns. Sir, you need to stop. This is a no-fly zone. Sir? Please power down your aircraft right now. Or I'm gonna power it down for you. Yeah, I guess we just go back to the top of the room. Go back to the top of the room and get on out of here. Get back through the elevator we originally came through. Alright, a little bit further up. I do also love that as you progress further into the game, the music for the different areas changes. It's like the first time you come to Phendrana Drifts, there's this It's a very pretty ambient soundtrack kind of playing. But as you get further into the game, the track gets significantly funkier and upbeat. I do like that they have some areas where remixed versions of the soundtrack will play in the different areas. That is pretty nice. Definitely helps to freshen things up as you're retraversing through different areas multiple times. It doesn't feel quite as stale if they spruce up the soundtrack a little bit to make it feel different again. Then you're not listening to the same music you've heard every other time you've come through the area. They kind of switch it up. It goes a long way. Take these guys out so I can get some more missiles. I'm working on it. I'm working on filling my missiles back up. These guys are definitely helping. We're closing in. We're only, what is that, like 39 missiles away? Well, 40 now that I dealt with this guy. I forgot this stays open. I'll have to blow this up every time. I would love to use the grapple point and not lock on to the 10 puffers that are in this room. Sometimes that can be a bit of a tall order. Now we have space pirates in this room too. The plasma beam, they're not too bad though. As long as the charged shot lands, plasma beam makes pretty short work of them. Well, didn't quite land on that platform the way I wanted to. It's nice if I can get kind of a sneak attack on him. No, there's another one in this room. Where you at, buddy? There you are. Get out of here. Oh, straight in the lava. Yikes. There's an item up there. I can't check it because I need boost ball. No. Yeah, over here, the other path from the elevator. Took one way away from the elevator, that was this direction. I want to go check the other way before I start going into the Phazon mines, you know? I forgot we have the thermal visor. When did we get the thermal visor? Did I just fight Thardus with no thermal visor while having the thermal visor? And I just totally forgot that I have it because I was so focused on just other things at the time. We must have gotten that pretty early then. But hey, you know what? At least I got to kind of show off how you can fight Thardus without needing the thermal visor. If ever you happen to find yourself playing through the randomizer yourself and need to fight Thardus without the thermal visor. You can kind of see how that's definitely a achievable prospect. But we do have the thermal visor. I think I'm just so used to not having it that I just default to doing things without the thermal visor. So I think I could have used, I think I had that earlier when I was powering up the power conduits, which I totally could have used the thermal visor to see more easily, instead of just going off of, oh, this is what I remember. This is where I remember them being. Oh, he blocked it. I figured he was going to do that. I just want to knock these down for the sake of potential convenience later, if I need to. Yeah, that's kind of funny that I forgot I had the thermal visor. The only reason I thought of it just now... Look out, buddy! Look out! Look out! Look out! Oh, he didn't look out. Bet he wishes he had a second eye so he could look out better. But it didn't work out. The only reason I just thought of the whole thermal visor thing now is because I'm trying to think of what key items we don't have right now. I think we have pretty much everything. The only stuff I'm missing is Boost Ball, which I'm sure you'll probably already know by now because of how much I've been mentioning it. And also the X-ray visor. Oh, speaking of Boost Ball, can't actually do this without Boost Ball. Ah, so many things I want to do, but I can't because I don't have my Boost Ball. I never thought Boost Ball would be a problem for me, but it is. On the bright side, we finally filled up our missiles again. All 185 of them are now fully accounted for. So that's fun. But yeah, X-ray visor, Boost Ball, and our Phazon suit. I know we need the Phazon. We still don't have the Phazon suit. I don't think that the Phazon suit is technically required for the final boss. Can I see what item is on the other side here, if it's important? It's an energy tank. You know what? This little segment doesn't take too long to do. We'll just power up these conduits. These I definitely don't need the thermal visor for. There's just one at each of these doorways. Pretty simple to memorize. Definitely not something I need the thermal visor to be able to spot. Let me deal with these guys first. Yeah, they're a little tractor beam effect. I always just thought that was the Morph Ball Bomb's visual effects just kind of making that. I never knew they had like their own tractor beam that they use to kind of pull me in. Interesting. Yeah, I think an extra energy tank is always good to have. So we'll just do this quick little kind of puzzle. Just grab it real quick. There we go. Energy tank acquired. Okay, so we have 2 elevators now. We have one over there, and we have one over here. This one is blocked by power bombs. We have plenty of those, so that shouldn't be a problem. Excuse me, sir. Let's check and see where this elevator goes. We don't have very many elevators left to check anyway. This would normally lead to Phazon Mines. This is... Ooh, Great Tree Hall Upper. I think I do want to go there. If this is where I think it is, then we should be able to check a few items pretty quickly and painlessly. And it should not have to be too big of a deal. If it is where I think it is. which I'm definitely hoping it is. Yes, okay. Good stuff, good stuff. Because earlier we were on the lower section of the Great Tree Hall, which was a bummer because again I didn't have boost ball, so I can't open the gate, so I was stuck down there. Let's go here and jump across. Oh, more power bombs. At least it didn't take too long to check. So yeah, other than our key items, I'm mainly looking for our artifacts as well. Because I don't want to read the hints as to their locations just yet. I only want to look at the artifact location hints if I'm really lost. I usually don't end up needing them anyway because I remember where all the item checks are. Plus, I just have them show up on the map for convenience. They're those little white dots that you see on the map. I just mainly have the... Oh no! I might actually have soft-locked myself just now. Because I don't have boost ball! Ah! I don't have boost ball. Alright, where did we last save? Stuff like that I just sometimes don't remember because I don't play the randomizer quite often enough to remember where all the soft locks are. Because usually, like I say, boost ball isn't normally a problem. At least we shouldn't be missing anything important. We should just be at the far end of Magmore Caverns. We'll just go check out the other elevator. We can just run through here. Let's take it kind of quick. No need to stick around and do anything fancy. I'll make this real quick. And that is why I save often. Sir? It is still faster to just power through and take the damage than it is to sit there and actually shoot at them. I mean, we've got plenty of energy tanks anyway. Should not be at risk of dying due to face tanking a few enemies. That other space pirate is all the way across the room, so I don't even worry about him. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I did here. Make that room go a little smoother. I'll take this guy out and then just keep moving. Alright, still not going to the Phazon Mines elevator just yet. I want to check and see where the other elevator goes. I want to do that first before we commit ourselves to the Phazon Mines area. Because that place is not exactly pleasant. Being an endgame area, I'm sure you can understand. Yeah. Just ignore you. Goodbye, sir. Enjoy breathing your fire. Hope it feels nice. Yeah, making the return trip isn't too bad. It just takes a few minutes. Not like it's particularly difficult, it's just... Whoops, could have been an avoidable... It was an avoidable situation. Yeah, I know about some of the soft locks. Like, I know that for the rooms where you pick up... For the rooms where you pick up a new beam, you do need the beam that you would normally pick up in that room to leave the room. Otherwise, you soft lock. And I believe that's true of Metroid Prime 2 as well. I think that's part of why that lesson is so ingrained in my head. So I used to play the Metroid Prime 2 randomizer a lot before I got into Prime 1's randomizer. So since that lesson is generally the same between the two games, it's well cemented because it carries across multiple titles. Things that are a little more specific like that, like the boost ball half pipes, those are a little more situational. I'm not going to worry about getting the energy tank again. See, what I should have done was, because I was over here, what I should have done was go up there, go up through this wave beam door. There is a save point over here. I probably should have gone there first. But like I said, it's not a huge deal. This one goes to... Oh, it goes to the crash site. Yeah, this elevator's kind of useless then. I think we're going to the Phazon Mines then. Because we've already been to the crash site. Well, there are a couple of... I think there's an item we can check. We need to go here for one item check, and then we'll probably head back and go to the Phazon Mines. I swear, if this is where Boost Ball is, I will be very, very happy. Because I need my Boost Ball for a bunch of items. It is not Boost Ball, but it is an artifact. So we'll just grab this real quick. It's fine. So we did need to come over this way regardless. Because we need all the artifacts. So definitely worth coming over here regardless. Now we head back down. And then we just go to that halfway point in Magmore and go to the Phazon Mines. We should have a decent amount of options of where to go once we get to the mines. Because I don't think there's too many things that require Boost Ball there. There might be a couple of things here and there, but I don't think we're gonna get really locked down super early or anything. I think we should be able to check several items without needing the Boost Ball for anything. Hopefully that's the case. We'll find out when we get there. At least we did get that artifact, though. It's good to have one more checked off the list. Speaking of which, how many of those do we have now? Oh, we're only missing 4 of them. It's pretty good. So we're 2/3 of the way done with those collectibles. Head across the gap here. Don't even bother rolling up into a ball. It's just gonna take more time than it's worth. For the amount of health I lose, it's not even a problem. And we shouldn't be very far from the elevator that we need now. So it's not this one, it's the one at the control station, which is a couple rooms over from here. Just ignore this guy. Not a problem. Wing. Wing. We do a little bit of monkeying around here. Swing from the not treetops, that's for sure. We're like in the opposite of treetops here. Ooh, hang on. Space pirates being a fun little bunch of gremlins as usual. He's up there somewhere. He's somewhere above me. There we go. The other nice thing about taking them out with the plasma shot is that they don't get a chance to try to crash into me. They just disintegrate. Which sure makes things a lot easier for me. I don't have to worry about dodging them as they make one final dive bomb attempt. Alright, Phazon Mines it is. Off toward the end game areas now. Now I'm trying to think. I don't know if... Is X-ray visor required for the final boss? I think it might be. It may, I don't know if it's a hard requirement or if it's something where it's like just so much more difficult to fight the boss than it's really worth if you don't have it. Oh. Interesting, there's just stealth pirates here. Are those stealth pirates? This is weird. I'm not used to there being just regular space pirates here. I'm used to there being more like there's the type of space pirates that have elemental affinities. Where they're like power beam pirates or wave beam pirates. I'm not used to there being just regular old space pirates being down here. I wonder what the difference is in what items or areas or things that I've triggered. I believe there are, yes, there are invisible platforms here. Yeah, this area's got them too. Power bomb. The inconspicuous wall. Boost ball! We have boost ball. The game is... We won. We've done it. The game is over. We win. We found boost ball. Everything is suddenly okay now. Let me just hop up here. And then hop over here. Since we're already in the Phazon Mines, I suppose we should probably explore. I don't know if it's really, well, because I don't know what the, I'm gonna go back down real quick. I do want to check what item is on the other side of the elite pirate battle. I want to check what's over here. It's a missile expansion. So, if we can find all the items that we need, can we like, not, can we not burn me alive? That'd be great. I said not burn me alive. That'd be pretty cool. Not having the Phazon suit makes this stuff hurt a lot. I also did not remember that being in the Phazon, it like ramps up the damage the longer you're in it. It's not just like flat damage over time like it is with the other environmental hazards. That's not a big deal, though. We'll pick up more health along the way, and then we'll find a save station, and we'll have more health from that. Not a big deal at all. We'll just head right through here. We can pop this blockade open since we have power bombs. And now we're basically just gonna be part way into the Phazon mines. Thanks to this. Oh goody. Omega pirate time. Here we go. Big boy. Someone let him out of his cage. And it wasn't me. 2 super missiles and he's gone? Oh no. Oh, good night, sweet prince. He's gone. Alright, well, I guess we'll just keep going further in to the Phazon mines. Ice pirates are pretty convenient, because since they're weak to ice, I can just freeze them, and then a missile just blows them up. Ice pirates are much easier than the power beam counterparts, I would say. The thing is, plasma beam is high damage, so the plasma pirates are not so bad because they die pretty quickly because of all the damage. That turns the force field off. The ice pirates aren't too bad as long as you can land a charged shot on them, because then they just get frozen and you can shatter them with a single missile. Oh, we need this artifact. Let's grab this. The wave beam pirates are not too bad either, because the wave beam can stun them with charged shots. So you can effectively stun lock the wave beam space pirates until they just die. But the power beam doesn't really have any special properties in that same way as the elemental ones do. So I would say the power beam pirates are the toughest to actually deal with. Because, like, look at this. He can't fight. He can't fight against me. I just stun him until he dies. And there's nothing he can do about it. I can't do the same thing with the power beam pirates, because the power beam just doesn't do anything particularly special, per se. It is a pretty standard beam. The charge shots travel at a decent pace, but they're definitely still... These guys are still definitely capable of dodging the charge shots with a quick side hop, which they love to do a lot of. These guys love their side hops. You would not believe. These guys love to do side hops like at least once every 3 to 5 seconds most of the time that I'm fighting them. Ooh. Getting another Omega Pirate. Super missile for you. Super missile for you. And he's dead. Wow. Gosh, super missiles just shred through him. Kinda crazy. There's an energy tank at the central dynamo core. Where is my friend, the stealth bot? There's the stealth bot. We just fire a couple of thermal charge shots at him and boom, done. Plasma beam takes care of that. And I don't think, yeah, I can't leave this room until I get the item in the central dynamo here. So it's time for a Morph Ball maze. Morph Ball maze. Now this is kind of fun because the Morph Ball maze is also randomized. And I think that's kind of interesting because they totally could have had this just be, you know, they could have just made one static maze layout. And I don't think it would have really been a big deal. I think a lot of games would do that. But the fact that they made it so that the layout would be randomized, that's a pretty cool little extra feature. That's normally where we would get power bombs. But this time it's an energy tank. So let's see here. We'll crack this open. But then I'm gonna save because I would like to make sure that we don't have to do too much of what we've just done a second time. I am a big fan of retaining my progress, as surprising as that might seem. I actually like being able to keep that up. Oh no, my missile. One of my missiles is gone. Yeah, there's these guys. These guys are fun. Oh. Oh, that's small damage. Oh. It hurts. I find that kind of interesting that I did discover that in my testing of the effects yesterday when I was setting up crowd control. Apparently, the small and the big health, like the health giving and taking options, they seem to scale with the number of energy tanks. So the amount of total energy I have access to does influence how strong those effects are. So it seems like they are percentage-based effects. Alright. It's Metroid time. Get rid of one of them. Space pirates are having a good time down there. One of them already died to a Metroid. I'll just let this Metroid take care of him. Whoop! Swing and a miss, buddy. Oh, there he goes. Oof. Boy, those space pirates are not very resilient to Metroid attacks. Man died in 10 seconds of having a Metroid attached to him. Samus can last a lot longer against the Metroids. Come here, buddy. Now, normally when you get to this point, this is where the game would be like, hey, you need the X-ray visor. Because you can't see the platforms. And the fun thing about these invisible platforms is that they're moving. So you better hope that they are... You either have to be really good at tracking invisible objects, or you have to get a little bit lucky. There it is. Okay. Where is the limit on this platform? Okay. Where's the other platform at? There it is. Land here. And that should get us close enough. Power beam really comes in clutch here. Just being able to kind of paint the platforms, track them a little more easily is pretty helpful. Do a bit of a free aim ice shot there. I believe we have another invisible platform here. There it is. And before we move along, we got to do a couple of power bombings here. Gotta wait for the power bomb to be usable again. Because there is a bit of a cooldown between uses. And then there's one more invisible platform here that goes up and down. So I just need to wait for it to come down. And then we can get on top. And missile expansion. We'll take it. Not a hugely useful item, but we'll take it. And we'll head back and keep on going. I'm trying to think. We still need our X-ray visor at some point. I think we needed what, 3 more artifacts now? So that we have all of them? We still need our Phazon suit as well. So let's see what we end up finding along the way here. We do still have the upper half of the Phazon mines to come back and revisit if we're not finding what we need down here. Kind of think maybe I should have gone the upper way first, because then if we didn't find what we need, we could fight the elite pirate. Although I guess we could fight him anyway, as long as we have X-ray visor. Because we actually do need the X-ray visor to fight him at all. Can't fight the elite pirate without X-ray visor, so if we don't have it by the time we get there, then we'll have to backtrack regardless. Because I think, if I understand correctly, I think the X-ray visor is a hard requirement for the elite pirate. I don't think you can get away with fighting him without the X-ray visor. Trying to platform while locked on to things can be a little challenging. Because if I'm trying to jump to the side, sometimes the game thinks, oh, you want to do a combat dodge. Which is great for speed, but not so much for gaining height and having lateral control. Alright. Swing right on across here. So yeah, we'll see what we come across along the way. We may very well end up having to backtrack. What item is in the center here? That's my question. Gotta boost across this. I forgot. Boost. Can I see what the item is? There was one time, maybe a couple times actually. There was at least one time where the Phazon suit was inside of this tunnel of Phazon here. And for those who don't know, that's a pretty risky item to get, to go through that area without the Phazon suit, because it takes a long time to get in and get out. And like we experienced earlier, the Phazon will start sapping your health very, very quickly. So even with, like, you basically need to have a huge amount of energy to be able to even attempt to get the item in the center without Phazon suit. So I hope whatever we need is not in there, because it's not exactly convenient to check. I'm gonna drop back down here because there is an item in this little fairy circle of mushrooms here. Ooh, energy tank. I can't remember how many energy tanks is recommended. before trying to go for that item deep in the Phazon pit. But I know it's probably a lot. Because you do lose quite a bit of health in the pursuit of that item. This is a missile station. I don't need this. We're only missing five of them anyway. Aiming for this down here. I think we landed. It's kind of hard to see in here. This area is fun. So we have our usual little bomb dropper buddies, but you can only see them with the X-ray visor. And since we don't have that, we can't see them. Well, we're almost at the part where the elite pirate boss fight is, so if we don't find the X-ray visor like in this room, then we're gonna have to backtrack because we can't fight him without it. It's not like Thardis where we can just fight him without a thermal visor if we want to. I think we do have a hard requirement that we need X-ray visor to fight him in the first place. Oh, let's go see what item is over here, because there's one item. There's one item over across the way there. And we're about to find out what it is. That's my pirate. Gone. And let's see what the item is. Oh, it's the Phazon suit. Nice. Well, good thing we went this way, huh? Let's kind of slip through here. Ooh. Ooh, I forgot I changed the color palette on this thing. Ooh. We've got that super grape juice flow going on. That's kind of an interesting feature of the Prime Randomizer, is it does have a few cosmetic options as well. One of which being you can adjust, you can kind of like rotate the color palette of the power suit, the Varia suit, the gravity suit, and the Phazon suit, each individually. Now for my personal taste, I mainly changed the gravity and the Phazon suit, because I just think the power suit and the Varia suit are too iconic for me to really want to change. I've always been a little bit on the fence about the gravity suit. Purple has never really been my favorite color for Samus's suits. It's grown on me a lot more over the years. I have a much greater appreciation for it now than I did when I first played this game. Like, however many... Gosh, it must have been over a decade ago at least. This game came out in 2002. Yeah, I was always a little iffy on the gravity suit appearance. But it's definitely... I've grown to like it a lot more over time. But, you know, having the option to change the color palette on it is still always... a really nice option to have. Hey, look, an artifact. Yeah, you see how long it took us to get through all of those individual rocks? Imagine doing that while our health is rapidly draining. Definitely not a situation conducive to our survival, gotta say. Let's get rid of you. You're up here. Let's get rid of you too. Hey, we got him. You know what? Yeah, we will grapple over. Hey, get your tendril off of me. Hey, get out of here. Hey, forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about me. Pretend I didn't exist. Also, if you see some eyeballs pop up on the screen every once in a while, one of the things that really makes this game neat is little touches like that. Bright flashes in the environment, like these bombs, will actually that's a reflection of Samus's eyes in her visor. I think that's such a neat effect. Oh, I always forget that these guys get closer whenever you charge a beam around them. So I'm sitting here like, yeah, I'm just gonna charge up wave beam, I'll take care of them, and they start approaching silently and, well, not silently, invisibly. But oh, it got scary. It's kind of scary hearing them approach, but not being able to see where they are exactly. Nice. Alright, so we just backtrack for a little while until we find more stuff. Hopefully we find our X-ray visor somewhere. Oh. Well, we got more Metroids hanging out now. Not worried about them, though. Work for this room. Ooh, turn off those turrets. Ooh, they were getting ready to open fire like nobody's business. Right. If you can land one good charged ice beam shot on these guys, they're toast. Because then you can just follow up with a missile and they're gone. You know, in hindsight, I am definitely glad that we went down toward... we went in the direction we did the first time. Because having the Phazon suit is really nice. It let us get that artifact, which definitely would have been a lot more dangerous to acquire without the Phazon suit, for sure. Let's do some little platforming here, get back out of this room. I already took care of the Omega Pirate in here. So yeah, basically now we just head the other direction from where we came in. There we go. Oh, look who it is, new friend. New friend. Oh yeah. Crack those knuckles. See what good it does you. Man, I can't believe, after all the time I've spent playing, just like... I can't remember why, but when I've been playing Prime Hack, I wonder if they made... I can't remember exactly all the changes between the different versions of this game. I can't remember. Did they make the Omega Pirates harder in later versions of this game? Because, boy, 2 super missiles feels like it's way too easy to get rid of these guys. Excuse me, stealth pirates. I don't really want to worry about you right now. I have other things to worry about, like fixing my posture and hydrating. Oh, also, this is funny. Check this out. Explosive box. Blow it up. Aw, there were no space pirates. That makes me sad. So when I blow up that box, usually what happens is there's space pirates that are just kind of like hiding up in these vents. I know, very sussy of them to do that. But when I blow up that box, it like triggers an explosion in some of the vents, and then the space pirates like fall out. It's really funny when they do that. But sometimes they just don't. It makes me sad. Anyway, I gotta sit up a little bit more here. I have gotten a lot better about my posture recently. I actually have a pillow that I use to prop up my back now, so I can actually make sure I'm sitting up straighter throughout the whole stream. Still always good for me to check myself every once in a while. All right, let's see. We need to go further up. Yeah, now we'll go into the easier area of the mines. There are still plenty of items for us to check here. So we'll see if X-ray visor happens to be one of them. As far as artifacts, how many of those do we have left? Oh, just one more. We'll just kind of, oops. We'll just kind of force our way through this area, I guess. It's definitely an easier way of doing that. Oh look, we got Metroids! Wow! Get rid of them. Alright, let's get this room's little central pillar puzzle set up here. We need this across the way. So then we just go down and adjust the other two sections of the hello? Hi. A little close for comfort there, buddy. Nothing I can't deal with, though. And we just line up the yellow pieces of track on this little hologram here. We do have some power pirates, which are honestly a bit of a pain to deal with from a distance because they love to run and side hop, and so they'll dodge my charge shots so many times. And they also like to run directly underneath the platform, which makes me lose my lock on. Is he circling the pillar? What? This man is a master tactician. Stop it. Stop moving! Stop moving. No more movement for you. You don't get to move anymore. You've lost your moving privileges. So now we can take the yellow track all the way up to the top of the room. All the way up to where we would normally get the grapple beam. It's a missile expansion. Another room where you could soft lock yourself if you're not careful. If you don't have the ice beam, you're stuck in that room. Now, I will go this way. If only to open up the shortcut. There's like a navigation shortcut with the grapple beam we can do over here. And I guess we can just go back into the mines from this direction. Just kind of wrap back around. See what happens. Because I have no idea where we're going to find our X-ray visor. We do need that before we can fight the elite pirate. Ooh. I want to lock onto the one that's shooting at me. There we go. Thank you. This... they need... I need to power up the power conduit first. Rip. Oh well. Head over this way. Space pirate jump scare. Now there's a guy up here in these crane controls. Hey, buddy, look at you. Nice teeth. Hey, you don't mind if I just... You don't mind if I just, scan this panel, right? Just peek over your shoulder here. There we go. I just want to get that scanned for when I power this up. Alright. Now we just do that again. And we move the crane. That comes over and opens up a nice little wall for us. Would you look at that? It's more missiles. Who could have possibly guessed that we would get more missiles? Ah, we have so many missiles. I don't need this many missiles. But we're gonna go. Boy, Samus is spinning really fast. Or does it just... That just feels really fast. Alright. More missiles, I guess. Let's see here. Can I scan? I cannot scan that from here. Not too close to be able to use that for a scan dash. The only way I can use something for a scan dash is if I haven't already fully scanned it. Gosh, if only I kept that one space pirate alive over here, I might have been able to use its scan dash. Back over there. That's not a big deal. Let's just pop open the force field. There's just 2 scan panels. Pretty easy. Now we're gonna have a couple of visitors here. They are invisible, but not totally invisible, unfortunately for them. But I will grant their wish and make them completely invisible by vaporizing them out of existence. Also, more missiles. Because you can never have too many missiles. A couple more stealth troopers here. Unfortunately for them, they have to kind of uncloak to do their melee attack. So at the end of the day, I can still see them before they hit me. This is where we normally get introduced to the wave troopers, where they can only be damaged by the wave beam. Other beams are ineffectual against them. I do kind of wish that their shots were also purple. I think that would be kind of interesting to have them be fully color coordinated. But I'm assuming that the reason their shots are still yellow is because they've reverse engineered Samus's wave beam for the purposes of their armor. But I assume they haven't done the same for their weapons yet. I could probably scan one of them next time we come across them and see if that explanation holds up. This opens up the barrier in front of that plasma door. Just a lot of zigzag back and forth through this area. And we check it for one item. Oh, it's an artifact. We have all the artifacts now. So that's pretty encouraging. Now, if we can just find our X-ray visor, I think we're all set for final boss territory. I think that's the only thing we're missing at this point. Trying to think if there's anything else. We have the Phazon suit. We have all the suits. We have all of our mobility options. Like the spider ball and the boost ball and all that stuff. We have all the artifacts. We have all the beams. What else would we even need? I think X-ray visor might be the only thing we're missing. Can I wake this guy up? I can. Because we do want to fight this guy and see what item he has. Alright, give me one more of those ground slams, buddy. This guy doesn't take 2 super missiles to take down. He's a little bit more resilient. Wow, look how resilient this guy is. Even 3 didn't take him. He takes twice as many super missiles. Incredible. And wouldn't you know it, more missiles. So many missiles. That lowers some platforms for us. So we can keep working our way up in the room. I want to get rid of these security turrets first. Those guys are annoying. There's one there. Did I see another one up there? I can't quite see from here. Now we've got wave troopers up here. Well, the security walls came up, so they're wrapping around to get to me. It's unlocked him out of existence. As you do. Randomly losing my lock-on. This man just completely foiled my lock-on systems. How does he do it? Try and grab a little bit more supplies from there. Okay, we're back to being full up. We do need to go to the other side here. Scan this to lower more platforms. There is another security turret up there. Get out of here. Get out of here. And then we have a power trooper up here. And problem solved. Let's see. I could do this. Oh, I've been forced to morph. Well, where's the item? I think it's over here. But I can't. Oh. Wait. Forced to morph is being a little weird. Oh. Oh. Oh, I want that. It's another missile. The one thing I've found really weird about the crowd control is I don't know what parameters force to morph requires to activate, because some areas it seems to work just fine. Other areas it's like, no, you don't want to be morphed here, and it's like, yeah, that is true. Run away from the Metroids here. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Back in the ball I go. No. Stop it. Oh. Oh. Okay. I guess he didn't want to play anymore. I mean, you could have just told me you were done playing the game. You didn't have to go and blow yourself up by clipping into the wall. You didn't have to be so dramatic about it. I'm just gonna go in here, get a little bit of respite from these guys while I try to figure out where I want to go from here. Because we still don't have our X-ray visor. And I would assume that it's not... I'm thinking what it is maybe the randomizer logic makes sure that we have access to X-ray visor in some capacity before we go to try and fight the elite pirate. I think that I might be mixing up the titles. The boss is the Omega Pirate, isn't it? I think that's the name of the boss. I think the elite pirates are the big boys we've been fighting so far, but the Omega Pirate's even bigger. Yeah, I think we'll just go back to the main quarry and see where this elevator takes us. Because we need our X-ray visor at some point. So I may as well go check and see where this goes. Because I think that might be the only thing we're really missing. We have all the artifacts, we have pretty much everything else. I do think the X-ray visor might be the only thing we're missing. All of our key upgrades that we need to be able to proceed to the end of the game. So now we bring the crane back over. Now we can use it as a nice little shortcut back and forth if we want to. No point in going into the room here. There's like a room in this area that's a save room. I don't think we really need to drop in there right now. Chozo Ruins. Oh, this is the other reflecting pool. Well, perfect. That leads us to a different save point then. That works just fine for me. So now we just have to figure out where have we not... Oh, I know where we haven't gone. I know where we haven't gone yet. And I know where we're going to go next. We need to head to the... We need to head to the light tower. I think that's the name of it. It's a room we couldn't get to without boost ball. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to empty this pool so that we can use it later for half-pipe purposes rather than a dip in the pool kind of purposes. Alright, let's get this force field out of the way as well. Let's see, that's... These two items are both missile expansions, so I'm not worried about it. We need to go all the way over here to the ruined shrine. There's an item there, and then a couple of items over here we need to check. Because I don't know what those items are. One of them may very well be our X-ray visor that we need. But they're all the way across on the other side of the Chozo ruins, so it's gonna take a moment for us to get there. Just fall down here, because it leads us to the same place regardless. Let's get the plasma beam out. Plasma beam is pretty overall useful in most areas. Not even gonna worry about those guys. Just let them fly by. I think the singular downside to the plasma beam as a general use beam is just that it's not as fast to fire as the power beam is. But the sheer strength of the plasma beam does make up for it. May as well drop a save while we're here. Boost around a little bit. Yeah, Chozo goes so spooky. Oh, they're gonna spook me, oh no. Just completely ignore them. I do think the Chozo ghosts are pretty cool, though. Definitely the music that accompanies them is very unnerving. And I think it also is pretty cool that the reason the Chozo ghosts are specifically attacking, because for anyone who would be familiar with like some of the Metroid lore, I guess, it would be kind of weird for the Chozo who, you know, raised Samus to be so hostile toward her, even in their ghostly forms. But apparently the reason they're as aggressive as they are is because of the Phazon radiation. At least that's my understanding. So the Phazon that the space pirates are mining up is actually kind of causing the ghosts of the Chozo to be more hostile. Whereas normally they wouldn't be this aggressive toward someone like Samus, who is very much in allegiance with them. She's practically kin, just because she was raised by them. So the fact that there's like an explanation for why the Chozo ghosts would even be an enemy in the first place, that's pretty cool. Just stuff like that. The attention to detail is what really makes this game stand the test of time. It's just, it looks great, sounds great. And the attention to detail stuff, like being able to see Samus's eyes and in flashes of the visor whenever there's like a bright light that's nearby. What item is at the top here? Energy tank. We could spare some time to grab it. We can spare some time to grab the energy tank. It's not too... It doesn't cost too much time to grab it. Especially not with the missile cooldown reset bug, which is very fun to utilize, by the way. If you fire a missile and then immediately... The way that speedrunners do it is you hold up on the C stick, which constantly attempts to equip the power beam, and then you can just press the missile button to fire missiles really fast. Whereas normally there would be this long cooldown in between missile firing. Here's what it's like to fire missiles without skipping the cooldown. I have to wait. I have to wait. That's as fast as I can fire missiles normally. So doing that cooldown cancel really speeds up the missile shooting process by quite a lot. And that is one of the few speedrun tricks I know, and it's a pretty useful one. It definitely makes sections like that a lot faster, because I don't have to wait a bunch. Oh, well, nothing acquired. And the reason that that's even possible is because the randomizer options that I have make it so that if I need to start with an extra item or two to be able to get out of the random starting place that the game has chosen, it will give me an extra item. In this case, it gave me Charge Beam. But that also means that wherever that item normally would have been in the randomizer is replaced with nothing, because I don't have like an extra missile tank or something set up to fill the slots. So there's just nothing. And sometimes that can be kind of funny to just go through and be like, oh, well, it literally was nothing. But we did get an energy tank as we went through, so it's not a big deal. We do have 2 more items we can check in Magmore, so let's head that way. Now that we have Boost Ball, there's an area near the control station. In fact, I think just like directly adjacent to the control station, where we can check and see what 2 items we have in store. But yeah, for anyone who hasn't played this game before, there's also a lot of interesting information you can gather on the different creatures and environments and things like that by using the scan visor to actually, scan what you come across. So you can learn more about the Magmore. Why is it called the Magmore Caverns? Because the Magmore is, the dominant creature that lives here. So, like, it makes sense why it's called Magmore Caverns, because we're in caverns and there's a lot of Magmore. So it's not just that it's an abstraction of the word magma and we're in a fire area. There is a little bit more reasoning to it. Yeah, so in the Chozo Ruins especially, there are some areas that have Chozo lore. So you can actually find some scan areas that give you more information about the Chozo as a people and what they were doing on Talon 4. And how they're being beset by the negative effects of the Phazon that the space pirates are mining up. And you can also read pirate data whenever you go into like their research labs and stuff like that. They'll just have little lore spots where you can learn more about what it was the space pirates were doing, like what kind of experiments and mining operations they were performing in these areas. So a lot more world building that I don't really touch upon during a randomizer. But it's pretty interesting stuff, and it gives a lot more depth to the world and really makes it feel more like inhabited, I guess. Pretty interesting. And even just little flavor text like this. Local crystal formations possess low Phazon residue. They do have high value to the monks of Grondheim, however. Recommend processing of crystal for that market once Phazon operations cease. So, like, they're already planning out, like, hey, we can't really make too much use out of these crystals because there's not much Phazon we can get out of them. But you know what? We might be able to sell them to these folks over here on this other planet and make a little bit of more money on the side. Like, just really gives you a sense of how unscrupulous and just means to an end the space pirates are. They are very results driven, no matter the cost. Energy tank. Can I even pick it up? Can I pick it up? Yes, thank you. There's also one item down here. It is a missile tank. Okay, where else have we not found an item that we need to check? Let me look around on the map for a moment. This was a missile expansion. This item here is a... Oh, I know where we need to go. We do need to go back to this Magmor workstation. Remember that place that I got stuck because I didn't have the boost ball? There are a couple of items. Actually, there's a few. Yeah, there's a few items past that point. One of those could be the X-ray visor. So there are a few more items we need to check over in this direction, but we need to get back over to the Magmor workstation we just came from. This is the right way, yeah? Oh yeah, we can do the geothermal core too. Geothermal core will be fun. There is a little bit of a convenience skip I can do in that room. Hopefully I remember I can actually pull it off. I did practice it once during my recent personal playthrough of a randomizer. But sometimes it can be a little bit risky. As long as I remember where to jump in the room and just kind of like where to position myself, it shouldn't be a problem. And if I pull it off, it'll look it'll look interesting for sure. All right, geothermal core. I need to get to the other side of this room. Now that we have boost ball, we can actually deal with this. Actually interact with all of these little platforms here. Raise it up. There we go. And the puzzle music begins. Alrighty, and we head up here. We got ourselves a third spinny track. Alrighty, and then we take the spider ball track up here. And we've got one last thing up here. It is a bomb slot. This room is really cool. Because suddenly you literally raise the roof and there's this whole room. The entire upper part of the room is just this one big, long spider ball area. Leads you all the way around the entire circumference of the room to get you up to that ice beam door right up there. Now the fun thing is that ice beam door, that up there is usually where plasma beam is. So if you enter that room and you don't have plasma beam, then soft lock. That's just how it is. trying to think. I don't know if I can actually jump that far. That's something I might need to do with Prime Hack. So, you know what? For the sake of showing off this room's intended route, since I'm not good enough with the GameCube controls to be able to actually make it across to the skip, you can skip pretty much the entire room if you can jump far enough to get pretty close to the end. I don't personally know how to do it on just standard, on just the standard game controls. I'm used to Prime Hack, which for whatever reason makes it super easy to just get a lot of lateral, like sideways momentum basically for free. So I can make much farther jumps than I normally would be able to. Oh, this is fun. Whee! Just that huge drop. But yeah, this spider ball area is a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've actually gone through, so normally the skip would basically leave me right here. Like right below... Get a little wiggly there, I'm gonna keep going. Normally it would leave me on an edge platform kind of like right below this triplet here. And I could just kind of... From there, I could bomb jump. So normally where I would land is like right there. You can actually stand right there. And then bomb jump over and hit the spider ball onto there. And you skip so much of the room. But making the jump from here over to there, I don't know that I could do that with my current controls. I'm used to playing a different version of Metroid Prime that is running through like an emulator that usually gives like more modern controls. Like I said, one of the side effects is that it also makes getting a bunch of speed through strafe jumping basically trivial. Like I can just hold forward and right and jump, and in the air I will just start accelerating. And I will be able to cover a lot of distance, especially if I can double jump. Which is something that I don't know how to do and don't know if I can do in just the regular game. Because we don't have just normal strafing, like left and right turn instead of moving. If you kind of get what I mean. So I don't know if that's even possible in this version of the game. I am gonna go hit the save over here first. Just for safety, since we did that whole geothermal core room. May as well just safety save. Wouldn't want any accidents to cause us to lose a whole bunch of progress. And I'm just gonna ignore these guys, honestly. I don't really need to worry about them. Sure, they tagged me a couple of times. Reopen this. And now we can head over to the Great Tree Hall. Alrighty, once we actually find our X-ray visor, we should be able to actually go to the end of the game. Once we find the X-ray visor, we have a bit of a choice to make, actually. We could either go back to Phazon Mines and fight the Omega Pirate for fun, if we really want to, or we could just go to the final two bosses. We could really go either way. Because once we have the X-ray visor, we should have everything we need to actually beat the game. Not entirely sure which way I want to go with it. Part of me is kind of tempted to just head toward the end of the game because I have fought the Omega Pirate so many times in the randomizer. But usually whenever I'm playing through casually on my own, I just kind of like to run through the randomizer pretty quick. So I usually don't... one of the things that the randomizer can do is basically make it so that you skip the final boss. So if you're not really interested in the final boss being the final gateway, or the final hurdle, I guess, between you and victory, there is an option to completely skip the final boss if you want to. I usually do that just for playing on my own because it's a lot more casual, and I can just kind of go through and play a nice little randomized collectathon without having to think too hard about, oh boy, I'm gonna have to fight a boss later, like the final boss. But for the purpose of actually streaming it, I do have the final boss enabled, and I think that will be a lot more interesting for me than fighting the Omega Pirate yet again. And there is the X-ray visor. Since we're here, we'll grab whatever this item is here, since we have the boost ball and all that. Normally this is where an artifact would be. It's another energy tank. I can't even hold any more energy tanks, so that's kind of pointless. I wonder if I can I get out of this room without my usual prime hack stuff? Normally, I use my strafe jumping ability to get out of here much more easily by jumping off the top of this rock that I'm on right now. Oh, I just barely missed it. I might be able to get out of here. Maybe. I just need to figure out where the edge of this thing is I can stand on. Okay, it's like right around here. Oh, if I aim for that right edge, I might be able to. I might be able to make it if I do that. Give it a try. Because if I can jump out this way, it saves me having to fight a bunch of Chozo ghosts. Which wouldn't be so bad since now we have the X-ray visor, we can actually track them. But I'd rather try this and see if I can actually do it. It is a little tricky to line it up though. Okay, let's try that. That's close. I'll just fight my way out of the room normally. Ooh, it needs to load all the shaders for the X-ray visor, I guess. Even though it precompiles shaders, it still needed a little bit more. At least now we have the X-ray visor. Shouldn't be too bad to actually fight them, because now we can actually shoot at the Chozo ghosts the whole time instead of having to wait for them to show up on their terms. Also, the X-ray visor looks pretty fun. Yeah, buddy, I know you're here. Yeah, we can actually see them doing stuff now. We can actually see everywhere that they move and maintain our lock on. Let me tell you, it makes them a lot easier to deal with in a timely fashion. My goodness, it's like a difference between having to take a full minute to fight one dude and having him done in like 30 seconds. And they're just done. That's it. They're done. So much faster. I did accidentally fall off the platform though while I was fighting that last one. Yeah, it is probably good that I'm playing this version of the game again with the old school controls, just to realize all the stuff I take for granted when I'm playing with the more modern controls. Like having to actually fight through this room to get out of it, and immediately falling back down because I never remember which way I come out of that tube. Turns out I'm facing immediately back the way I came from. That's not a big deal though, it's another minute to get back up. I'm really trying not to use any of the emulator tools, you know? Not using quick saves or speed ups or rewinds or anything like that. Trying to keep it as close to a generally authentic experience as possible. So much so that I even am playing with a GameCube controller right now. And I can't really imagine myself playing this game with any other controller. The only reason I play on mouse and keyboard, well, there are a couple of reasons, I guess. It is what I'm largely used to now that I've been playing on PC for several years now, like as my dominant gaming platform. But also it is very convenient to not have to always have a controller plugged in to play a game like Metroid Prime. So yeah, I think we're good now. I just need to find um that takes us to Magmore Caverns, the workstation. Where do we start? We start at this save station here, and we could take that elevator to the artifact temple. Where is the... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Maybe we didn't need all the artifacts. There was an elevator that we encountered pretty early on that just takes us directly to the impact crater, right? Yeah, crater entry point. I think this might just skip the need for the artifacts. I kind of want to try it. We do need to warp to the artifact temple anyway, because that's pretty close to either of our options. Because, I'm trying to think, is it worth just... Yeah, let's just backtrack through the... Since we're here, let's... Oh, well, we can't. Because I don't have the boost gate open from this side. It has to be open from the other side. Never mind. I just want to get to the nearest save point. That way we can utilize the warp to starting point. And that'll put us pretty close to the elevator to the artifact temple, which is kind of funny. Because the elevator, quote-unquote, between the artifact temple and the impact crater isn't really a traditional elevator like the one we just took. It's more akin to like a teleporter. So when we take the quote-unquote elevator to the artifact temple, it just kind of plops us down right at the entrance to the artifact temple, and it just looks kind of funny. You'll see it when we get there. So this is the most convenient way to get back to where we need to be. Let's save first, just in case anything goes wrong with warping. So we'll do that. We'll return to our starting room, which is in Phendrana Drifts, right outside of the research lab. So now we're here. The ruined courtyard. We need to go left and just head straight out to this elevator. Should not take very long. Well, I wanted to actually use the charge on it, but that didn't work out. Ooh. I'm dodging the Sheegoth shots like they're nothing. I'm not dodging these bomb droppers, though. They are doing me a heckin' hassle. Wait, do I have... Wait a minute. I think I have more energy tanks than the game is really supposed to display, because I wrapped around to... I should be missing one. Should have been missing one, but it was still lit up, so maybe grabbing that other energy tank would have technically been helpful. But with us playing on normal difficulty, I don't think there really should be any... We should not be hurting for health. I mean, we should definitely have plenty of resources in that regard. So check out this elevator. So we ride down the elevator. You know, it's silent, which is always a good sign. Normally there's sound on an elevator, but I think that's because we need sound when we arrive. But no, we're just right here. Now I want to go back to the ship real quick and save there, so that we can check out whether going to the impact crater, the crater entry elevator, again, quote-unquote elevator, lets us kind of skip the artifact requirement or not. I'm kind of curious. I don't think I've had an opportunity to try this before. I think partially because I usually don't ever go to the impact crater anyway. Usually the artifact temple and the boss that resides there is the end of my randomizer runs. Just because that's a little bit more casually convenient for me to just kind of just engage in a bit of collectathon fun without having to commit to a lengthy combat encounter. Well, lengthy back-to-back combat encounters, almost back-to-back. I mean, considering the progression of the game, they are pretty much back-to-back. So let's see, crater entry point. Let's see how this looks. I assume it's going to be very similar to what we just experienced with the Artifact Temple, where we just kind of... yeah. So this is where we'd show up after getting all of the artifacts and... after getting all the artifacts and fighting a boss, we'd be here. Now, I think scanning this takes us to the credits, if I'm not mistaken. But I actually want to fight the boss for a change of pace. I haven't fought the final boss in quite a while. But let me say, even just getting to the final boss is a bit of a beast in its own right. Because if you remember those pirates we were fighting earlier, and how they have elements, this is a very similar situation, but with Metroids. One nice thing about the Metroids is that as long as they're not on screen, they are generally less likely to do their annoying little swooping attacks that they are so famously known for. They're just much less likely to engage in that attack. And on normal difficulty, they don't do all that much damage. The main problem is if they start to get in the way of my platforming, then they become an issue. I mean, that's about as optimal of an experience as I could possibly expect from going through that room. Because, I mean, there's basically two strategies you can take with that room. You can either fight your way through and just really try to play it safe and deal with the Metroids as they come up, which I think they infinitely spawn, by the way. And just try to fight the Metroids as you go, which can take a long time, but ultimately may end up being safer. Or you could do what I did and just try to platform through the room as quickly as you can and hope that the Metroids don't mess with you too much on the way up. But here we go, final boss time, and what a way to start it off. How spooky is this thing? The fact that it looks like this super ominous, like, skull face kind of thing going on. It's such a cool opening. It just, oh. Walking into this room, like, who even knows what to expect? It just looks so ugh when you first walk in. And then it reveals its true shape. But we are hitted and fitted. Let's deal with our fun new friend. And gosh, look at that spin jump animation. Looks so good. It's Metroid Prime! Roll credits! So, hope you like the beam switching mechanic. The elemental mechanic that's going on. Because there is, like, that is the primary mechanic of this boss. I want to try and hit him with the super missiles where I can. So certain beam combos are definitely a lot easier to get good effects out of here than others. Being able to use Super Missile is pretty nice. Super Missile does a pretty good job of hitting. Icebreaker is not so good. I feel like it's not really worth trying to use the Icebreaker beam combo just because of how slow the projectile travels. Ice Beam in general is just not great for fighting the boss, mainly because of that slow projectile speed. Alright, get in the trenches, because they're going to do a charge. Alright, what do you change into? Wave Beam. Wave Beam's actually a pretty good one, because Wave Buster is actually a pretty good beam combo. Because it just is an auto lock-on, and it just does constant damage. I do love the quality of life that when you unmorph, you're just automatically facing the boss. That is really nice. I just love the impressive stature of this boss. It is a lot of fun. Oh, I don't like the grabby. I don't like the grab. So yeah, it's got like that. It's got like a tether attack now, so it can try to drag me in. We've also got much shorter trench lines here. The arena itself is much more closed in on this third floor. Yeah, Super Missile is really nice, just because it homes in so much better. So yeah, Power and Wave Beam are pretty good. Because they have really good homing. Although I would argue that Wave Beam is not even really homing per se, as much as it is just auto lock on. I can't see anything. Plasma Beam is not great for the beam combo, but it's great for just firing beam shots at him. Just firing the charged beam is really good for damage. And the projectile moves quickly enough that it's fairly useful. Not like the Ice Beam with its super slow projectiles. Ice Beam is basically worst case scenario for me. And of course, as soon as I say that, I lose the 1 and 4. And it's just because the projectile is so slow. That is the main problem I have with Ice Beam. It's just that I have to get so close to him to even have a chance to hit him. And if he moves even a little bit, suddenly that's a problem. I guess the problem isn't so much whether they move or not, it's just that the projectile travels so slowly they have a lot of time to move. There's just a lot of time for them to move out of the way. I do want to try and be out of the way here. Couldn't deal with the ice bubble. Just keep hopping around. I think one more beam type should do it. Oh, I didn't do any fake outs. Normally there's like a chance that when switching elements, they'll switch to one beam type, and then they'll immediately switch to a different one. Just to try to kind of throw you off. But no, we just kept it straightforward. Alright, just this moment of brief respite to collect yourself. Before the final phase. Because even after 4 floors of punishment, Metroid Prime still isn't finished. We still have to fight Megamind. We have to fight the Galaxy Brain. This is the core essence of Metroid Prime. The Phazon energy form of Metroid Prime is invulnerable to all conventional weapons. Only attacks from a Phazon-fused arm cannon will damage it. It generates pools of Phazon when it attacks. Use these to fuel your suit's Phazon weapon system. The entity can also spawn Metroids to assist it in battle, rendering itself invisible when it does so. So, good luck, have fun, don't die. Hey, maybe you'll want to, like, not be directly in front of me. Let me grab those missiles. So, now, it switches to a different visor type. It is now hidden in either thermal or X-ray vision. This time around, looks like X-ray vision. So we enter the Phazon pool, we go into hyper mode, and we just spam. We spam shots. And we just wait for him to do it again. Just make sure to dodge those shockwave attacks. It looks so cool in the X-ray form. So now it's gonna switch to thermal. We're in hyper mode. Bam them down! That is a lot of fun. To just really, like, to just completely unload the Phazon shots. I think the speedrun has a different way of shooting those Phazon shots to make it more optimal, but I'm not worried about that. I'm pretty sure there is a more optimal firing pattern or something to make the Phazon pool last longer or something like that. Now we've got Metroids. These guys are just standard Metroids, though. Not a big deal, right? We just shoot them with some Ice Beam and then missiles. And then we go into hyper mode and we get to see the full glory of the Phazon power. It looks so cool. It just fires off like these tendrils of Phazon everywhere. It looks really cool. Roar! Roar! You roaring at me? Roar! Now we're getting Hunter Metroids. Alright, so it looks like he switches between... I think maybe he does switch between visors in the same order every time. Get into hyper mode. Let's spam him. He's hurting pretty bad. Down to like maybe an 1/8 of his health total. Something like that. So I'll wait for him to spawn that pool of Phazon, and we'll see what sort of Metroids he summons to help himself. Roar. See, now we're getting these fission Metroids, which turn into these elementally charged Metroids. Oh, wow. Well, that's helpful. Hey, buddy. Thanks for killing your backup. And that is the game. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. But oh, he's still fighting back. He's still fighting back. Ooh. I mean, it tore our Phazon suit away from us, but at least we still got our gravity drip. Crater collapse imminent. Evacuate immediately. So we call in the ship for an emergency pickup. Dude, that shot is so cool. I just love Samus diving off the side with the explosion in the back. It is very action movie. And there it is. Samus without the helmet, and you know what? It doesn't look too bad. You know, 2002, that's actually a pretty decent Samus model. Like, I could live with that being her face. And there you have it. Got a nice little run through of a randomizer that sent us running back and forth quite a bit. Very stark contrast to the most recent time I'd played on my own, where I just kind of was running through areas and picking up a lot of different stuff as I kind of went through. This one definitely exemplified the backtracking aspect that randomizers can sometimes present, where we gotta go back and forth quite a few times to grab everything we need. But it is pretty fun. And for people who do know more of the speedrun tricks and skips and stuff like that, the randomizer does have settings for various, what they call trick levels, for different categories of tricks. Like if you're really good with, if you're really good at doing some jumps underwater that let you skip things that normally you would need maybe like the gravity suit for or something like that, you can actually set that up in the randomizer, and it will take that knowledge into account when deciding where to place items and whether those items are reachable by you or not. So there's a lot of different settings there too for people who know more of the speedrun tricks. I don't know most of them, like I've said before, so my settings may be relatively casual by comparison, because pretty much the only changes my settings make is, you know, just moving items and elevators around. That's pretty much the majority of it. But I'm thinking about potentially looking into... Oh, this is kind of a fun thing too. The randomizer credits actually show you, like, here's where all your major items were located. That's just a nice, fun little overview. There's a lot of stuff in the Talon overworld. Most of our important equipment was in the Talon overworld or the Chozo ruins. Yeah, this randomizer's got a lot of good customizability, and I'm thinking about potentially using it to set up some different challenge runs, because I can add or remove items from the item pool so that we could have, say, fewer missiles and energy tanks if we wanted to, as a pretty basic example. Yeah, some pretty interesting stuff. Definitely a lot of good options in that randomizer for sure. So we got 97% completion. I don't usually go for 100% items, mainly because, you know, I don't really feel like I need to go get every single missile expansion or energy tank. Energy tanks might be necessary if I have to go into that Phazon pit, though. So I usually will go out of my way to grab the energy tanks, if I end up needing them especially. But with missiles, you saw we like went through maybe half of the missiles, maybe like 2/3 of them. We still had plenty of missiles by the time we got to the final phase of the Metroid Prime fight. And after that point, I don't really use any of the missile combos anyway. Yeah, that is mission final. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. It seemed like crowd control was working. I am gonna, once I end the stream here, I'm gonna check and see if I can figure out how to refresh the overlay. Because for some reason it's not showing the crowd control overlay, which normally shows like when effects happen or they're queued or things on screen. So I'll probably check that out off stream so I'm not doing, you know, like more of the behind the scenes finicky stuff during the stream. But yeah, this was pretty fun. It seemed like the effects were still coming through regardless, so at the very least the functionality held up over the whole stream, which is always good. And I can always at least say out loud what's happening, even if the overlay breaks like it did. But yeah, had a lot of fun with this. I am also looking into other games to run with crowd control, where everything works, crowdfunded effects have no visual label. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm looking here, like, usually crowd control on my taskbar has another window open that also says, like, there's usually 2 crowd control windows open. I only see the one. So, like, when you were doing the force Samus to morph, I just wanted to double check and make sure that that was... If that was happening through channel points, I think I would still see that too. So that's just something I'm trying to look at and make sure that, you know, everything works the best it can, because I do want to try some other games out with crowd control. I am thinking about trying specifically Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. Seems like it has a lot of good chaotic potential. Just hop into, say, like endless mode or something and just see how far I can make it. And we can even continue that across multiple streams if we want to, because endless mode does have saves. So we can always do that too, but just being able to spawn specimens on the fly and things like that. Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion seems like it's really well suited for that more chaotic experience. So I wanna try that out sometime too. Yeah, as long as the effects are all coming through correctly, which it seemed like they were. That I think is the most important part. So like I said, I can always say like, oh, dang, someone forced me into Morph Ball, even if it doesn't show up on the screen. I can at least say what's happening, so everyone's still on the same page. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I am definitely over my usual stream time, but I figure we just kind of tackle this all in one sitting. No reason to really stop in the middle of the randomizer and all that. For 4 hours, 17 minutes, that's about in the realm of usual. I think I usually end up being closer to like the 3 to 3.5 hour range with randomizers, but this one also had us running back and forth a lot. And I also kind of soft locked us a couple times. So that also added to the total like stream time beyond what it actually tracks in-game, since I had to reload the save a couple times. But yeah, a lot of fun. Hopefully y'all had a good time too. And yeah, it just seems like crowd control is working pretty well, so I think I know how I can set it up with with other games too in the future. So, looking forward to that. I do also need to get Slime Rancher 2 just updated a few days ago. I do need to also stream that because there's more treasure pods for me to find. And we can now place gadgets literally anywhere. We're not restricted to specific gadget spots on the map. So I definitely want to do a stream of that as well. That might be a fun stream to do next. Just do something a little bit more slow-paced and cozy before we dive into something more chaotic like Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, particularly with crowd control enabled. So that's probably what I'll get up to over the next couple of weeks with streams. So since we had a fair few new faces kind of popping through. Hello everyone, by the way. I do appreciate you coming through and hanging out. Always fun to see some new faces drop by and check things out. I actually get to use this command for a change. I don't often do this because usually I have just a few regulars that come through. Hopefully these commands still work. They might not work. They're a little bit outdated. Like I said, I haven't used them much. See if they work or not. I can always just manually link my stuff too if it doesn't seem to work out. Yeah, I might have deprecated those commands. Or switched them over to a different... Oh yeah, those might still be hooked up to Nightbot. I think I've stopped using Nightbot for most of my stuff. Oh, there it is. There they all are at once. It does work, just not the way I expected it to. But yeah, for stream updates and all that stuff, I've always post stream updates and things like that over on Twitter. Got the link there in the chat. And that's usually also if I'm trying to get some opinions on something, like for example, I'm thinking soon I'll probably ask about like what games out of a list of games I'm familiar with people would want to see me do like a crowd control stream of, just to try it out. Yeah, that Twitter is where I will post like all of my stream updates, like when we're starting, if I need to take a stream off for one reason or another, or make any changes to something coming up. Twitter is where I will make those announcements. I do also have the YouTube channel it's mainly stream archives, but there are also a few other little videos here and there. I do have a couple of musical covers and maybe an occasional meme or two on there. Yeah, if you ever miss one of the streams and want to catch up on whatever happened during it, I always put up the archives. Usually, since I do my streams on Saturdays, I'm just trying to think how to describe it. Yeah, So I do my streams once a week. I do every Saturday from 8 p.m. to usually midnight Central Standard Time. Yeah, every Saturday at 8 p.m. Central Time, I start up the stream here. I usually go for 4 hours, but there will be occasional exceptions, like tonight, where I just kind of want to keep it all contained in one, so we'll push further beyond. But I usually kind of plan around four-ish hours. And then the archive, those usually go up the following Monday at 5 p.m. Central. That's when those go live on the YouTube. So in case you ever miss anything or want to go back and see something, see one of the streams again, that is the place to do it. And then I do also have a Game Jolt. I don't use it as much as I probably should. I do want to I need to get around to making more highlights and stuff. I haven't been doing a good job of going back and parsing through my streams and making like specific highlights, but that is something I want to practice doing more, so that people can kind of have something a little more bite-sized than just a full stream archive of, you know, multiple hours long, just kind of dropped all at once. But I do also send my going live notifications over there as well, if you want another place to check that out. But that is pretty much everything I can think that I need to plug here. Mainly just wanted to drop the informational pieces that I have, like Twitter and all that, just for people who may not be familiar with where to get stream updates for me and all that. But yeah, I will be back next week, probably with Slime Rancher 2, just to have something a little chill in between our crowd control streams, because I do want to try out Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I think that could be a lot of fun. Just looking at the different effects that are possible with it, I think there's a lot of fun to be had there, because I do enjoy the game. Just even the endless mode was a lot of fun to play through. So having crowd control on top of that, what could possibly go wrong? But yeah, that will be it for me for tonight. I am gonna go take a break here, because yeah, I'm not used to streaming for quite this long in a single sitting, so my voice is getting a little bit tired. But thank you all for being here and hanging out. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.